It's 7:02, meeting of the West Newbury Select Board, Monday, February 6th. This meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on the local cable channels and on the internet. The meeting is also accessible by remote participation via Zoom. The annual and special town meeting are scheduled for really? Okay, Monday, April 24th, 2023 at 7 p.m. The town election is Monday, May 1st, week after that. The last day to obtain nomination papers from our town clerk is March 9th at 5 p.m. And the nominations papers are due back to the clerk by 5 p.m. on the 13th of March. Call for volunteers. Usual boards and commissions, you'll see wnewbury.org/volunteer, and to get town agendas and announcements, wnewbury.org/subscribe. Anyone have any other announcements? No. First item of business is an update on perhaps extending the terms for our interim water superintendent position. And I'll leave that up to our water commissioners.
You want to talk front? Can you hear me from back here?
Actually, I think the mic would need you to be.
Yeah, it's picking up from the, also, I think.
Oh, really? Oh, good.
Yes. Well, that picks up for the TV recording, but going through the computer is going through the house.
So if everyone's good, we're good.
Yeah, so could someone who's remote, Wayne or Christine, could you hear Bob Gaines?
Bob, just say a few syllables.
Hello?
Yep, I think I could hear him a little bit. Can you speak again?
All right. Yeah, okay.
Don't we want cable to be able to pick it up?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think it'd be good.
All right. There you go. Share that. Thank you. That better? Okay.
Yes,
Great, thanks.
thank you.
All right. Water commissioners met last Friday. And we voted to keep Mike the same as he is right now. With the exception, he is no longer doing weekend duties because our third employee is now licensed. So he took over Mike's job for the weekends. Mike's only job at this point is going to be to work 16 hours a week until probably the end of April or after town meeting. We still have two projects that actually three projects that need to be done. One is the Break Hill tank, the other one is the Pipe State Hill tank, and doing the budget and stuff for town meeting. And he should be in here to help Mark do all of that stuff. So we've only limited it to 16 hours a week.
So this was the same agreement that we made 3 months ago. And at that time, you said there was adequate budget to support that and that you would monitor his timesheets. And it seems like that didn't happen and we don't have an adequate budget. Is that correct?
As far as I know, to the best of my knowledge, the budget will support what we're doing.
Okay, that wasn't what was discussed at the Board of Water Commissioners meeting last week.
Mike had talked about transferring some funds, to help pay for some of this stuff, but, yeah, the money is there, by transferring it out, which we could do.
To be transferred from which?
Probably, health insurance, because we have about 30,000 in that. Which we don't need, or not all of it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I understand the need to have a, transition, and I think it's important, and I appreciate that Mike's willing to do it. But I mean, as I said last time, I think it's wrong to create a position specifically for an employee rather than one that we need for the organization. And the fact that we did that anyway, and he went through all the hours before, the agreed upon time is really troubling. And it doesn't seem right to me to continue to pay him outside the current range of the superintendent. To do that. If he hasn't been able to do the transition in 3 months, I don't know what's going to change. As you said, you're going to be super busy for the next 3 months, right?
Yeah, but he's not gonna be doing weekend duty, we shoot up a lot of that, probably more than it should have. And he won't be doing that anymore.
So did those, Bob, did those hours that on weekend, did those go towards the 16 hours, or were they in addition to the 16?
They went with the 16.
They were part of
They
that?
were part of that.
Okay, well, that would certainly chew up a lot of the,
But why? Why were they part of it? I mean, couldn't somebody that wasn't making as much money cover the weekends?
Well, we have 2 other employees, they could work every other weekend.
Mhm.
But we felt at that time that with the 3rd person, you're doing every 3rd weekend instead of every other weekend, which is a bit time consuming, and it's, you kind of need that break. So that's why we let him do the weekends. And now that we have 3 licensed people, we don't need him to do that anymore.
Just that wasn't what we agreed on when we,
Yeah, but I think we can do it, he was part of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand either of you on that. I didn't understand your question, I didn't understand.
So the
about-
16 hours that was discussed previously was for the transition to mentor the incoming superintendent. The intent was not for him to be covering weekends and using that money for weekends.
Yeah, I think I think that was it's sort of the intent.
Well, it did provide for weekend coverage, but I think the actual weekend coverage has exceeded what had been anticipated at that time. But it did, the initial request had referenced weekends. But I don't think it had been anticipated that it would use up the share of time that it's used up. Is that?
It used up a little bit more than we thought,
Okay,
but, yeah, we had planned on doing the weekends anyway.
So, for whatever it's worth, it sounds like it was more than a little bit, because essentially it was a 6-month plan, and we're 4 months into the 6-month plan, and the time was all used up at 4 months, so.
I think we're 3 months in.
Huh?
I think we're 3 months in. It was the end of October.
Okay, I was thinking.
So
it
it's a
was-
little more than
okay.
3 months.
I thought it finished the end of March. I thought the term ended
It did, but we started at the end of October.
okay.
Is that right, Angus?
Right around the end of, let's see, the date of change was the 17th, 10/17.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I guess my whole point there is that it was sort of an understatement to say it speeded it up a little bit. It actually accelerated it considerably by, basically took a third of the time out.
So are there other options that the water department considered, such as not increasing the rate outside? I mean, if the rate wasn't being increased, you wouldn't need select board approval. Right, if he was making the same rate he left when he was making when he left. He also could be hired as a contractor rather than asking the town to approve this.
Good. I did talk to Angus first, that I felt we should drop him back to the at least $45 an hour.
Mhm.
But, I was outvoted by the other members of the board, so.
Mhm.
so what's the exact proposal now that we what do we, let's get down to specifics.
Well, it is one sentence. I mean, it's not really. The Board of Water Commissioners makes a motion that the Water Department continue to pay the former water superintendent at the current rate and workload through the week of the Springtown meeting. I feel like, there needs to be some assurance that the transition is going to happen, a number of hours a week. It just, I'm not in favor
Where
of
is that?
approving
Where is
this.
it?
It's on page 4 of the packet.
Page 4, okay. Okay. Motion, the water part, can you pay it for?
I mean, quite honestly, my mouth was agape when I heard Mike say that, as sort of an aside, 3/4 of the way through the meeting, that, oh, by the way, I'm all done with hours and I'm done after today. It kind of blew my mind that nobody had monitored the time. Nobody in the Board of Water Commissioners was aware that he was close to the number of allocated hours. I don't understand how it got to that point.
So, anyone want to make a motion, or we sort of understand the issues one way or the other?
So I'm not sure what the ask is. You're asking us to continue at the rate, the current rate?
No. So Angus, what's our charge actually? So it's simply because of our
Because of the
control
rate.
of the wage rate,
Yeah.
that's it,
correct. Yeah, so
okay.
the board had voted a policy of maybe a year ago that if a hire is made within the budgeted amount and within the approved range for that position, those appointments don't need to go to the board anymore unless it's a personnel you appoint, like the police chief or something. But in this case, because the proposed rate is outside the range for the position, and arguably outside budget, I hear what Bob's saying, and they're definitely underspending insurance because there was a new hire coming in this budget year, so we carried funding as if that person came with a family plan. There is some extra money insurance that would need a FinCom and select board approval as a line item transfer, but it's there is some extra amount within the
Yes,
bottom
there
line
is.
both budget.
But
and
aren't
insurance.
other items below though?
I believe there are.
Yeah, so I-
Yeah, and I heard the same
Yeah.
thing you heard.
What was your comment?
Overall.
Other line items are also overspent, which is what I heard at the Water Commissioners meeting. So
Oh.
it's not just we could take insurance and pay the,
Yeah. So I'll just finish the one thought, because that's the
Sorry.
bigger, you're on to I think the bigger question. So the one question before you is to approve an extension of the rate above the budgeted rate for the position. That's very straightforward. The other, as far as whether it's covered within the budget, I don't think it's within the salary and wage budget within water, whether it's within the bottom line. I don't know, but I heard the same thing you all heard in terms of concern about overall overages, but and there is an article proposed to offset FY23 water budget. So, but regardless, even if it's just on the rate, it needs this board's vote. And I'm supportive of keeping Mike around. I believe we need him. I think he's been helpful. I do think he's put proportionally more time toward operations rather than training, and that is something that going forward really needs to be emphasized. In terms of the rate, I don't have an opinion on that. I will tell you the top end rate for a grade B position is $48.31 in the current year wage schedule.
Well, yeah, it's essentially what was done last time around was a new position, a new description was was created in a different grade range, right? In order to justify this $60 an hour.
All right, which is contrary to the whole notion of the wage study and consistency and fairness between departments.
Yeah, so I guess when I say the max, what I'm referring to is the superintendent position, because at the time this was done, the new wage table hadn't been voted yet.
Yeah,
So if it's a grade D position with the superintendent, the 4831 is the max in that range.
Yeah.
For this fiscal year.
So if the select board denies this request, the water department could continue to pay him at his previous rate, right? It would be out of our.
I believe so. I think the only thing that brings it to you is the wage rate.
Mhm.
As far as whether it's budgeted or not, that's not something that.
That's not really our problem.
Right, right. Well, I would move to deny the Board of Water Commissioners' request to continue at the current rate.
second.
So if this passes, what happens? The motion that Wendy made.
Well, I think the water commission, I'm quite sure would, intend to continue to go forward, but they would need to I guess reestablish the wage within the grade for the position. So would that be a max of 48.31 an hour?
Okay, any other discussion?
Just a clarification, doesn't the select board still have to approve wage changes within a grade?
Well, so annually you vote the salary wage table.
Mhm.
And typically there's not been so anytime there's a mid-year change, it's either because of a new hire, which if it's within the grade and within budget, doesn't go to the board. But if there's a change to a current employee's wage, yes, that has gone to the board in the past.
So in this case where the employee retired, do you just use the current or the prior?
I don't know, honestly, if the motion that you made passed, I think until there's, a new wage established, it wouldn't, I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, okay.
So just to clarify things and make town government a little less hoops to jump through, a motion that actually included a number might be helpful.
But I don't think it's our purview to say what the rate is within, as long as he's within the range of the position.
I feel like I thought you just said that, the board would expect to approve the wage.
I was asking the question.
Okay, yeah. But I think Archie's suggestion, that would give something tangible that could be we could move forward and not bring it back to the board, which would be more efficient.
So can I make an amendment to my motion? To
Please.
deny the request at the current rate and to, if they wish to continue the arrangement with the former water superintendent to pay him within the current range and step schedule. Is that adequate, Angus?
Yeah, I think that.
Okay.
I'll second that, but then the question, actually, no, I withdraw that second. I want to clarify this first. So who then actually assigns the step? Is that something you would do, Angus? Or?
Typically at the time of hire,
Yeah,
as long as it's within the budgeted range.
yeah,
I often will make sure I have the board support, because the last thing I want to do is, let's say I hired someone mid-year and then it came to annual budgeting and you said, you never should have hired Sally Joe at whatever, and that would be a real problem.
okay. So there was nothing that would preclude going to the highest. step.
No, I think given the tenure,
Yeah, okay.
you might-
Okay, all right. I'll second
So Jim, are we all good on the changes to we didn't really
I have the language down.
amend the motion correctly, but okay. Okay, so further discussion?
Jim, did you?
I would suggest that the current motion just be to deny the rate with the message essentially to the Board of Water Commissioners.
I like it within the motion, just because of the point that Wendy made is a good one, that the board, votes wages, they vote a wage schedule, and so having a number in the motion basically allows that anything up to that unambiguously is supported, which is
Right.
helpful.
I think it saves everybody a couple of meetings.
Are we still in discussion?
Yes, still in discussion.
So I would strongly encourage the Board of Water Commissioners to make sure there's enough money to fund this if there are shortfalls in other line items. We don't want to be trying to sort this out in April and be asking for a line item transfers.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good.
it. Yeah, good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks.
Thank you. I forgot to give the announcement about the
The Break Hill.
Break Hill tank. Do you want to do that, Bob? Should we, is it imminent or what's,
This is
just for the public?
Thursday on the temporary repairs.
Last Thursday, between the town of Groveland and us, we opened up the connection between the two towns and flowed water from them to us. There was a small discrepancy with what they got in paid school, they lost pressure. But only until we opened up the valves a little bit more water coming through at a higher rate. And then everybody was happy. Very minimal or no complaints about rust or any other bad water or something like that. And we feel when we get, go to do the tank, there shouldn't be any issues at all.
Okay,
Was there any water quality sampling done or was this just flow?
Just flow.
Yeah, we've been monitoring both down with the pH and chlorine residuals on both sides,
Okay,
and we're pretty close on both sides of it.
okay. No solids monitoring or anything?
so I was just curious, how long has it been since those valves have been opened and that connection's been
They get
done?
flushed out of the building by both towns yearly,
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
That's those two hydrants on the end of each of the building, so there's like maybe a 10-foot run in between that we flushed prior to opening it up into waste, so we were able to flush that out in that little 10-foot span.
Okay,
And the only reason that we had a pressure issue was we didn't wanna, their tank runs about 6 feet higher than ours. And if we had opened it all the way, the two tanks would have balanced out before the system was shut off, our system was shut off, and we could have had it would have been like having a house fire in town, stirring everything up, and everybody would have been complaining about, dirty water, so we're very careful with that. But it looks like it will be a pretty decent, connection with them. Hopefully with very little problems.
And the last time we should be getting water from Groveland was really like 1979.
well, that's what I was thinking. I'm picturing this big thing of rust flying through the pipe, yeah.
That 10-foot section was a little nasty for, a few hours, but then it cleared up, so.
Great.
And we actually did it both directions,
Okay,
Good.
Great.
thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You can't talk to her, I can.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Hey, Jack.
Next item is concerning the budget and wages for the summer rec program.
And so what you have in front of you is the summer program budget that worked with the director, Amy Wilson, to put together. And the specific reason this is before you is to seek your approval of the wage rates at the top of page 2. Because we want to move forward with formalizing staffing, getting new staff hired, and I didn't feel we could do that without making sure you were on board with the wages. So, and as noted, I think in the footnote for the director, where the town hasn't set COLA yet for FY24, my thought would be, we get her under contract to go forward at the prior rate, and then once COLA is set for all non-union employees, to make an adjustment at that time on payroll.
And how does this differ from last year's contract amounts?
So last year, there were 2 co-directors, each at the same $10,000 rate that right now is proposed for just 1 co-director.
Yeah.
One of the 2 longtime co-directors, you probably are aware, became assistant principal. So it's no longer available for summer work. So the proposal is to hire a new co-director, but someone who actually was last year's assistant director, but hasn't been a director before. So I did talk to Amy a couple of times about whether the proposed, reduced rate is agreeable, and it is agreeable. And given, Amy's been doing this almost 15 years, I think a delta makes sense. So that's the rationale of that amount. That was the amount Amy had proposed. And then the assistant director amount is comparable to what was paid last year. And then the program staff is a little bit above, and even though these positions aren't formally on the wage schedule, I did set it at, actually, as I'm looking at it, set it at step 1. I meant to set it at the minimum, but the 1657 is step 1,
Yeah.
and the grade I, even though it's not formally on it, I figured we could frame a reference. So I did, this was presented to the Park and Rec Commission at their meeting on Friday afternoon. They did endorse it with no revisions. So the only piece of it for you, for your review, is the wages.
And is this entirely funded from revenue from the program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That balance between last year's revenue and last year's expenses was remarkable.
Wasn't that remarkable?
It's unbelievable. I know.
Totally unbelievable.
84 cents different. Oh,
No, that's on projected, but on the. Actually,
Last year's was incredibly close too, yeah.
It was, we cleared about $1,800. It was incredibly close. Because the overall, both expense and revenue numbers went up quite a bit from prior years because of changes in staffing structure, compensation, as well as increased program fees. And so there were a lot of moving parts, and it was the first time in 3 years because of COVID that the program had been run, and the revenues were about $1,800 above. It was like 63 and 65. So, it was, and you remember some of the variables like on the water slide, the insurance policy, and all of that. They did the red, and it still came out in the black.
So you have to buy a new water slide every year, the other one was bad?
So the part of the narrative that I there was some additional detail. I kept kind of the budget piece in here, but some additional detail that was in what was sent to Park and Rec, talked about like every activity and a lot of stuff like that. And I did put in on the water slide that I'm really encouraging the director to research a vendor to rent us a slide and provide the insurance. There's got to be a vendor who will do that. And I have to think it would be cost effective relative to that, not just the water slide, but more costly the insurance policy. It was quite a bit. So I really hope we can get a vendor to just lease it for the 6 weeks of the program. That would seem to be a lot cleaner.
Okay, any,
So we need a motion on this?
yeah,
So am I just moving to approve the whole budget or just the pay rates?
I would say just the pay rates.
Right. So I move to approve the pay rates for the summer recreation program staff and the proposed 2023 budget.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Let's just, real quick, I want to review what those rates are. So for the returning co-director, it's $10,000 for the program. For the new co-director, who was previously an assistant director, it's $7,000 for the program. For the new assistant director, it's $2,609 for 230 hours. And for the program staff, 6 people at $16.57 an hour for 180 hours, right?
Yeah, those are the budget numbers, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, with COLA to be added to the,
Okay.
to the co-director, the first co-director, that's the returning one. In the footnote, it does say the program staff proposed $16 an hour for first year staff and $16.57 for returning staff. So we used
Okay.
the higher number for budgeting purposes, but.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, next item, drum roll, the budget for FY 2024.
Just make sure that.
Cardi B will be presenting it.
All right, he's more than tonight.
Trimester last night.
Okay.
Ask your daughter.
Was she the presenter?
No.
He's just everywhere.
Could someone who's remote just confirm that what you see up on the screen is the first page of the slide show?
I see it. It's clear.
It's
I'm
good.
seeing a split screen
Oh,
thing that they do, and
yeah.
so, all right. All right, well, thank you for the drum roll. This is so I put together some proposed slides on the proposed budget. So start with an overview tonight. I'm going to present the proposed draft budget. That this carries the second bullet's not correct. This carries all amounts. Oh, no, that's right. Some but not all amounts and staffing proposals as submitted by department heads and boards, commissions, committees. So really just one that I'll get to. But yeah, so basically my office puts out the call for budgets in December. We get all the budgets from all the departments, boards, commissions, and committees. We put it all into a grand omnibus budget, and that's what is presented here tonight. So under the Town Manager Act, the Select Board shall review the annual proposed budget prepared by the Town Manager and make changes as the board deems advisable. The Town Manager shall present the budget which incorporates the changes of the board to the Finance Committee and the town meeting. The proposed budget in front of you tonight does include some proposed wage and staffing changes other than assumed COLA. I'll get into those. And the request for Select Board referral of the proposed budget to Finance Committee is with or without changes that you may want to make. Referral does not equal endorsement, just like in prior years, just because you refer to FinCom and start their process. If there's questions that you have, you're not limiting your ability to ask questions as the process goes forward. So as always, I start with just an overview of the budget policy direction that the board approved back in early December. Just in summary form, so the first item of 9 is to limit the average single-family tax increase not more than 2.5%, not including education, particularly the middle high school project. A clear and transparent budget process. Third item was to continue a drawdown of the school stabilization fund based on a multi-year strategy. The budget process runs concurrent with the capital improvement program updates and FY24 capital proposals. In parallel, the goal is to continue to review capital and expense eligibility for ARPA funding. That's American Rescue Plan Act funding that came out of the COVID federal money. To continue to consider and expand consideration of opportunities to regionalize some services while maintaining or enhancing levels of service. This next one was a new one this year, which is for programs and services that generate fees, to evaluate the existing fee structures for comparability and sufficiency to either fund or offset operating costs. I call on departments to provide any estimates of any impacts on new regulatory mandates, so we can understand if those are driving a level of service demands or costs. And then very routine, just to specify the authorization to expend funds, so that once the budget is approved, the town accountant and I know whose signature or signatures to look for to authorize that section. So I'm going to start, this is a little different. I'm going to start with a little overview on revenues before we get into the expense budget. So basically the expense budget is over 90% funded by property taxes, but there is discussion every year of what other revenues do we generate. So I just put in kind of a trend chart that we put together back with the tax recap, and this shows that in the prior FY22 year end, we had just about 1.5 million in non-tax revenues. The largest share of that by far is motor vehicle excise, which was about 860 last year, with other large categories being the license and permits was almost 200,000 last year, and over 160,000 of rental income, and then kind of trends down from there. But I just wanted to start with this. This is part of the tax rate setting process as the town accountant and I work on projections of revenues for the current fiscal year. Every dollar that we raise through other than property taxes doesn't need to be raised by property taxes. So this is, I think, part of why, we definitely want to look at the fee structures and whether those are sufficient. The context for the budget, this is this illustrates really the relationship between assessed values and tax rates. And you can see, as you know, in the last couple of years, the tax rate fell pretty significantly each year, but that was really a result of significant increases in assessed value each of these years. The current year is 21% increase in assessed values from the prior year. Last year was almost 15%. So if we're doing our jobs properly, if there's a significant increase in values, there should be a significant decrease in tax rate. In terms of the more real world impacts, this is from the current FY23, and you saw this back when the tax rate was set. The current budget, we estimate the typical increase in the median value home was about $135 per year. So that did follow some prior years where the increases were much more significant, especially about 3 years ago. But this is just kind of context for the budget going forward. So now onto the expense budget. You have hard copies, and I don't know. So this is the summary sheet that's up on the screen in front of you, and Jim's going to run off some copies. So we have some FinCom members in the room, so I want to thank you for that. So I want to start just by saying the budget carries only placeholder numbers for education. I think you knew that going in. We've all been through the Pawtucket meetings, and we know that their budget isn't going to be voted until March 7th. So I had to use placeholders on education. It's actually the same situation with Whittier and Essex. Those are much smaller contributors to our budget, but those budgets are also placeholder numbers based on estimates I've received from the business departments in each of those buildings. So we are carrying a 7.9% increase in education. So we're not trying to trim it, but anyhow, everyone should understand those numbers are very much placeholder. Based on those placeholders, the town and schools budget combined would increase by about $618,000 for next year, which is about 3.6%. Of this, the town budget is actually proposed to decrease by almost $100,000, 98,000. That's about 1.2%. So I'll go through all of this, but my goal at the end of the meeting is for referral of this budget to the finance committee. So I wanted to just right out of the gate say Pentucket, that's obviously a huge share of our budget. They did set up a dedicated page, pentucketbudget.com. That is going to be the best source for people to track what's going on with the school budget.
Angus, why don't you tell that the education budget is 54% of the total town budget,
Yeah, yeah,
more than half.
yeah, and we've got a slide on that in a couple of slides from now. So
I noticed on that schedule, Merrimack and Bagnell have a Pentucket budget discussion. Is that something that West Newbury will also have? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
There's more on that tab in. On the
That
website.
further down?
Click the view calendar, there's other dates.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not sure we have a meeting, but there's a drop down about 50% more.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So in terms of the bottom line budget target, you can see the numbers I just summarized. So the total operating budget is proposed to increase by 3.6% with placeholder numbers for school. The non-education budget is actually proposed to drop. And I'll go into that in detail because that's not what you normally hear at this time of year. So the driving dynamics, what's driving the reduced costs is I put together each of the lines that's showing a reduction from FY23 to 24. So in summary terms, Jim, I'm going to just walk through what's behind these drops in each of these departments. So select board proposed to drop about 40 grand. That's entirely due to the basically shifting responsibilities from that office into the public works. So you will see there's a commensurate increase in the public works personnel budget because the support staff there that was 15 hours a week is now 34 hours a week and is now doing most of what had been done in the select board office. And that was due to the employee turnover and the decision to basically consolidate functions with fewer staff working more hours. So it looks like a big decrease. It's really mostly a shift, but I do also want to note that in the current budget and recent years budgets, we have carried in the expense budget for select board funds to outsource minutes. And as you know, we now have the assistant town clerk is doing all the minutes in-house. That's been not only a huge boon in terms of quality and timeliness and all kinds of things, but it's also saving us money. So I wanted to make that point that we have trimmed the expense budget from, we're not carrying things to outsource minutes at this point. The finance department, that change is entirely attributable to staff turnover and just the wage structures that are in place now compared to what happened. The finance committee, that's typically they've always, and they have of course reviewed this, but they typically carried 60 grand a year in the FinCom reserve. It was increased to 80 last year during the budget process, but I always started at 60. So if they see fit to increase that as the budget process goes forward, that number could change. But 60 has been the number traditionally, so that's what I started with. Board of Assessors, this is actually a huge positive thing. So our chief assessor working with his board over the last 2 years or so, and hey, Rich, do you want to talk about Patriot at all? I was just about to. So I was just getting to your section of the budget and how the Board of Assessors is proposing a significant reduction because of the Patriot. And I was just patting you on the back. So I don't know if you want to take the floor for a moment.
So
Jennifer, like. Oh, I'm sorry.
You gonna walk on?
I'm just named Racket Ringbowl.
This is a really big deal, and you guys deserve a lot of credit, so if you wanna kind of summarize what's driving that reduction in the assessing expense budget with the Patriot contract.
Well, a lot of it is, Christian is gonna do a lot of the work himself. So we were outsourcing completely to Patriot. Christian is now going around and doing a lot of the assessments himself, which gives him also a really good view of all of the housing stock in town, so he can make better decisions. So we've switched off of Patriot to what's the Vision, the new vendor. And we've got them doing less work. So that's where the reduction is coming from.
So, yeah, it's huge. This is something they've been talking about for a couple of years, and they had talked about last budget cycle, and I think the assessing board wasn't there yet. But at this point, has the trust and comfort with the really tremendous professional capability of our assessing staff. So this is something.
Did we get a new software?
Yeah.
We did, yeah.
Okay, but is that reflected here, or is the price of their software so much less than?
It's not that. Basically, with Patriot, they were doing all the assessments, and then the assessing department was kind of proofing those or reviewing those before it went to the board. So they were more like the go-between.
Okay.
The assessments and the board. Now they're actually doing the assessments with some support from a vendor, but not, the primary work is now being done in-house.
Okay.
By the vendor.
Correct.
Is the new software package in place now, or is that, so is it a complete switchover happening at the end of this fiscal year? Or is it
At
already
the end of
started?
this fiscal year, and it was the warrant article on the it was the annual meeting. Maybe it's a special one, fall meeting.
Yeah,
To pay for the switchover.
yeah. So, Patriot will be completely out of the picture as of the end of this fiscal year, is that
I
correct?
wouldn't say completely out of
Yeah.
the picture.
Okay.
There are lots of different components. There's software, which we should have switched over. But I won't, don't quote me on completely, but there'll be significantly decreased role.
Yeah,
And the goal is to get rid of them completely.
yeah.
I don't have the timeline in front of me.
Great, well, I appreciate it. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but as you were walking by, it was, and I do think that it's important for taxpayers to know, because this is a tremendous, this reflects years of really great work and a strategic vision that was kind of set out a couple of years ago and is now coming to fruition. So
Just take good care, Christian.
yes, yeah, he is a real asset to this town. Great, thanks, Rick.
You're welcome.
About 10% reduction in a department's budget is probably.
Yeah, no, you don't. You just don't.
But that's like 2 or 3 houses annual real estate tax. That's not something to be sniff at, no.
Exactly. The next reduction in board of registrars, that's really entirely due to the fact that it's not a national election next year. So,
Well, not two national elections. We have the presidential primary beginning in March of 2024.
Okay.
So we're going from 3 elections to
It is too.
Got it. Good, all right. So that's what accounts for that. Police department, you never see that drop. The reason for that, which the board knows, is, we have had a employee on injured on duty leave and has been compensated and built into the budget. Since for a variety of reasons that's resolved, that is no longer in the FY24 operating budget. So we've essentially been carrying an extra position for the last period of time. So that's why, while there are some underlying, obviously, changes in the police wages and some increases with a collective bargaining agreement and so forth, that all basically levels out and is offset by the, not paying for the extra position. So, but that's an aberration, but that is what we're seeing. Public safety dispatch. This is an interesting one. Jenny and I have been working really closely with Chief Dwyer and with Sue Curry for the last couple of months. I'm really drilling down on the dispatch budget, which had been consistently underspent in the last several years. And so we found some adjustments that can be made without reducing level of staffing. In fact, within this number carries a new proposed 20-hour-a-week dispatch position. So that is the one, and I'll get into this in a few slides, but that's the one change in staffing structure that's carried in this budget. And there's, we'll get into detailed review of that.
So would that be a non-union part-time position or? Well, you can tell us later, okay,
I think it would be a union position.
okay,
So, but we think it would actually save money for a number of reasons. But anyhow, we have a lengthy narrative on that. So,
okay,
but it's a level service budget with just a change in where the staffing comes from in favor of part-time. Debt service, this is really obviously the big one, you know, the town's paid off all of its debt in the current fiscal year. So not carrying any debt service is totally unheard of in a municipal budget. And so is obviously the major factor in terms of why I'm able to present you an overall reduction in town operating budget. $301,000 of that service comes off the books. The next one's very puzzling, but our assessment from Essex Regional for next year shows a significant reduction of over, well, $130,000 reduction. We have triple checked that with them in writing, and they have stood by their number. So that's the number that we are using. We have some question about that, but that's our assessment. So, and then unemployment, that's a trivial change. But anyhow, so all of that adds up to offset the proposed increases in the budget by nearly $100,000. So in terms of how the costs are distributed across the different functions in government, especially if you're looking town by town, these metrics or these kind of categories of general government, public safety, education, DPW, human services, debt service, and benefits are the standard way that Department of Revenue looks at communities. So if you look apples to other communities, that's where you'll see these categories. But you can see that, like Archie said, education is over 54% of the overall budget. I did do a second slide on this because I think this one's a little bit more illustrative of what people really think about or care about, which is if you take education out of the mix, what is their local public services other than education? That's where this modified table in front of you just takes out education and shows that about 16% of the budget goes toward general government, about a quarter toward public safety, 19% DPW, 15.7% human services. Debt service remarkably is 0 in the proposed budget, and then employee benefits is just under a quarter.
Angus, could you explain what general government and human services are?
Yeah, so general government would be select board, manager, finance department, assessors, legal counsel, town clerk, registrars, Concom, planning board, board of appeals, open space.
You have one page that shows.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yep.
So it's all there on one page.
Yeah.
Just people may not.
I think it's
know
more
this.
for people viewing from home.
Well,
Yeah.
people show that one page eventually, right?
Oh, yeah. And then human services is Board of Health, Council on Aging, Veterans, Library, Recreation, Historical Commission, and Cultural Council. I do want to say just a little bit about wage budgeting. Total non-education salary wage expenses in the proposed budget is really comparable to what it is in the current FY23, 3.78 compared to 3.72 million. It's about 46% of the non-education operating budget, which has been a steady percentage. So following some of the staffing structure changes in recent years, there are no big changes proposed in this budget. I think we are where we ought to be in terms of staffing. We still do have some vacancies, but once the positions are all filled, I think we're properly organized for the work that we do. As I said earlier, there is a proposed new half-time dispatch position, but even with that proposed change, the overall proposed reduction in dispatch, overall, it still shows a net reduction. There are no other new positions in the budget. And then just you see here the classification compensation study that was recently completed with the Collins Center. There were, as you know, some adjustments to some departments budgets following the wage study. And I put together this table here showing how that broke down. The board approved about $55,500 of FY23 adjustments, and those were allocated across different departments in the way that you see. So as you look at, and as FinCom looks at different sections of the budget, this is important for everyone to understand, because if you see, you know, a certain increase in a certain department, some amount of that, if it's any of these departments, is attributable to the mid-year wage adjustment. So when town meeting voters see it from what was voted in the spring to what's proposed this spring, they'll see a change. And so it's important for people to understand that mid-year adjustment that was made based on, you know, the market survey, and to make sure the positions are all compensated fairly. So I do have, or I will have, as we go forward, some specific personnel budgeting questions, which will go to the select board for approval as wage issues. But when you add all of those up, it amounts to about 25,000. So there may be some minor adjustments, but it's not really a material change. I think most of the questions, Jenny and I feel very, very confident with what I'm presenting here tonight. And one of those personnel budgeting questions will relate to library, where board direction will be sought, you know, in the future about the library budget did include some proposed non-COLA step increases. So, so the next few slides, I've got kind of a zoom in of each section organized by the categories that you see. So rather than go through this in detail, maybe if there's questions, or if you just, you know, want to save that for the future when we go through each of these in detail. But I did highlight the decreases. I could speak to some of the increases, or just go through it in Archie, how much detail you want. Your questions on any of these, or so yeah, I mean let's see. So I guess I'm just gonna, a couple of the things that kind of are out of the norm, I'll say, would be really the only one on this page, because everything I'm seeing is at least partially attributable to the wage study. It's really the legal counsel one that is a significant change, and as the board is aware, that's to do with the decision to engage special counsel for certain issues to do with water, and so that's I think money well spent, but obviously the voters will want to understand where that increase is coming from.
And that's anticipated, and some of that might actually be utilized this year rather than next year.
Right. That's right. Yeah. So I think it's even though it's a significant increase, I think it's conservative. We wanted to make sure we're properly budgeting for that. And if you look at the, you know, the handout that you got with the year to date, as you know, this is only this will only be our second budget year with entirely outsourced counsel. And so last year, you know, we made our best effort to budget properly with very limited data at that point. And if you look on page 4 of the budget, the year-to-date number on general counsel is about 51% through 6 months of the year. So I think we've got a good number. I think for legal counsel, I think we're budgeting that properly with the addition of the new special counsel. That's what accounts for the change there. In public safety, there's really, I'm not seeing anything that really jumps off the page at me in terms of changes other than the reductions that I already spoke to. Education, showing an overall 7.9% increase. That number will change. Could go up, could go down. I will say it carries the 397,325 is reflected in there. This doesn't discount that. So,
So explain that. I don't think people get that.
Okay, so for the last several years, the board has recommended and town meeting has approved the has appropriated funds from the school stabilization to pay down a portion of the following year's debt associated with middle high school. That money has been reduced from the operating budget because it doesn't need to be raised twice. It's being paid from school stabilization. So what we've done in the last couple of years is we bring forward the full capital assessment from Pawtucket to the voters in the budget. But then if a school stabilization transfer is approved, we reduce the capital budget by the same amount. Because it's already being paid from school stabilization.
And this does not reflect that having been
I did not
done.
back out that 397 from this number.
And the stabilization fund was created with the sole purpose of making the debt service payments on the new middle high school to soften the blow as they hit the taxpayer. So there was a little bit of paying a little more taxes earlier on, and then with inflation and everything goes along, it becomes a lesser. The $100 payment now is harder than $100 payment probably will be in 8 years. So that was the thinking behind doing this. So we still have a few years left of money to cover that.
Depending on how you do it.
If we spend it all, we'd have two years.
Yeah.
Or we could spend it all 1 year, but no one has ever suggested that.
So that number again is 390 something.
It is, but we'll get into that later
Yeah.
tonight.
Right, I was just trying to point out
That may or may not be what you want to do, but
Yeah, so my point was that if it is 390, that represents, it looks like about 4% of the overall anticipated school budget.
that's right. And you can see in the sheet that you have how that breaks down between Pawtucket, Whittier, and that's exact.
And that budget number is assuming level funding for the school or?
No, it's assuming a 4% increase in operating.
Okay,
And I just, for the debt, for the capital assessments, I just, for one, you can see the increase is 397, 325.
Yeah.
So I just took the same FY23 number and carried it forward, because until we get that
okay. So it doesn't
assessment from
reflect
them,
what-
we really, no.
Okay.
So yeah, all of those numbers will change, but in terms of the method, I just took this year's and added the 397 to 25, and then I didn't change the page capital assessment at all, because it may change, but it wouldn't be by much. Actually, I'm gonna go back one page just to draw the board's attention to one thing that is a kind of an open item that you will hear more about later, which is animal control. We are, as you know, in a multi-year intermunicipal agreement with Newbury Port, and that does run through the current fiscal year, and it provides for additional extensions of time, but the dollar amount was not set for FY24. So we are in discussions with the city of Newburyport, and once we have a proposal, we'll bring it to you. I carried a kind of an arbitrary percentage in animal control. That may go up, it could go down from what we see. We think that we like to see it go down. So anyhow, you all would be the signatory to that intermunicipal agreement. So we're at a fairly early stage of discussions with the city. But once we have something, that'll come to you, and the budget number will be adjusted either upward or downward, depending on what's agreed.
Is there any opportunity to partner with other towns, or are we committed to sharing a position with the Greenfield?
I think if that was something we wanted to explore, I think it's something we could look at in the future. I think for FY 24, it would be.
You need a lot of lead time to.
Yeah, for the main reason that the vehicle is involved. Because part of the deal is we provide the vehicle, and so even though I think it says either party could withdraw 90 days notice, I think it says, but I think that would be, if we were gonna do that for next year, I think it wouldn't technically be too late, but it would be.
It took a long time to get that.
It took quite a while to negotiate that the first time around, so.
Yeah,
But I think it's something that could definitely affect whether you decide to extend for 1 year or extend for multiple years.
Yeah, it is, there's a kind of a complicated agreement because it does, it does involve not just personnel, but also the vehicle.
Right.
So it wouldn't be a super easy.
and then there was a lot of back and forth, okay, the new report changed a few things, and we sent it back, and it wasn't.
It took a while.
It took a while, yeah.
Okay, Public Works, seeing a pretty significant increase there, almost 13%. But I want to point out, when you look at the detail on page 9, part of this is, and this would be music to Gary Roberts' ears and Forbes, we are proposing to increase the snow and ice budget from 150 to 200. So that, that accounts for, roughly 30% of the bottom line increase. So it is, I think.
Plus, we also have the.
We did, yeah, we also brought, roughly 30 grand of salary from the select board section into the DPW. So, yeah, so it's important to look behind the numbers in terms of what's obviously, what's driving some of the increases. And it's all, it's all very well supported in Wayne's budget, and we've had a lot of discussions getting it to this point, so.
So the new project manager position, that was new as of this year, right? So
That was new as of 23, so that's already
okay.
embedded.
That's already in here?
That's already in 23, so that's just carried forward. In fact, we had budgeted that at 40 hours for FY 23. We ended up hiring an individual at 32 hours. We have budgeted for 34 hours for next year to allow for some weeks where work goes above. But we did that in consultation with the employee, who's not, for a variety of reasons, that's the right number, and that's worked very, very well for us. So that, so if you look at the actual position budgeting, that specific position is budgeted for fewer dollars in 24 than it would be in 23 because of 34 hours compared to 40. All right, human services. This is, some of these are driven by changes in the wage budget. One thing on the veterans, the Eastern Essex assessment for our the Eastern Essex veterans.
I think we should borrow it.
Their board votes that on February 15th. So I have a working number from the veterans agent, but that number will change once the veteran board votes next week. And recreation, I do want to note this is important. So recreation, that as you see it here, is actually comprised of 3 different lines. When you look at the more detailed backup that you have, it's comprised of recreation, mill ponds, and bandstands. And I was explaining it to Jenny earlier, and I said, I don't really know why I did it that way. The first budget I did, but I did. I rolled those together because the mill pond and bandstand have been fairly small amounts anyway, so I kind of rolled those up. In the backup, it's all there in detail, but when you look and see that, 53,444, and then you look at the rec, you're going to see that it's 43,344, then plus 2,100 for mill ponds, plus 8,000 for bandstand. So that's I think before as I go, I'll probably disaggregate those just so they line up better. I did that a couple of years ago just because it made sense to me at the time. But I could see that could confuse someone, so.
Angus, do you know the story behind the under Board of Health, the recycling, what's happening with that?
Yeah, I do. I sure do. So basically that's a great question, Archie. So the recycling budget in the current fiscal year was set at only $10,000. And that was, and it's already overspent, so a little over 14,000. So that's going to need a line item transfer or a reserve fund transfer. My recommendation to the Board of Health was that we wait till May and do a line item transfer within the department rather than a reserve fund transfer and just carry an overage until then.
Is it because
It's
of
based on market conditions.
the new barrels, or is it because of just the recycling? Not
It's just the
desirable.
fluctuations in the
Yeah.
recycling costs. But that is one that, yes, it's definitely under budget in the current fiscal year. In terms of what's behind the 45,000, that's something that, the Board of Health will present that. They have presented. Yeah, so that they'll, I always bring their number forward as they propose it.
Does anyone remember when we got the new barrels? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I think it was last year.
I'm just wondering if we're actually getting more recycling tonnage because it's easier for people to just throw all the newspapers and everything in there. I don't know.
I don't think so. I was at the meeting when they were discussing this.
Yeah.
It was the price, not the tonnage.
Okay.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah, it's getting harder to deal with recycled materials, because, there's so much pollution, contamination that it's not really running the way it was, say, 3 or 4 years ago. They have to pay a lot more to get rid of the stuff that they actually don't recycle.
Well, Dave, if you were getting more recycling, theoretically, your waste would go down too, because it goes in one barrel or the other at the end of the day.
The
Right.
recycling's become a real problem.
One thing that's interesting, and Blake will go into this in detail when they present their budget, is he said that the barrels, one of the unanticipated benefits is actually the tonnage he says it's going down because now everyone has covered barrels, and so rain isn't getting into the barrel.
Oh, the water.
Which is something that,
Yeah.
we do, but if people have open top barrels and they're filled with water, that trash is a lot heavier, so.
Glenn, I remember always used to be sad when it was raining on Friday or Monday because it's making all the trash heavier. It's quite a wise comment.
Finally, we did talk briefly about the increase in recreation, which I think just everybody should remember that when you look at the fiscal year approved, it was lacking 14,000. So when you look at an proposed increase of 20,000, you should be thinking less 14,000. 2 years in a row, for some reason, the budgeting process has overlooked an expenditure that they make annually. So and you guys might recall when you decided to let it go to a warrant article as opposed to amending the budget, that increases the differential. So the 53,000 captures the 14,000 that we've actually been expending year after year anyways. Just was never showing in the budget for some odd reason.
That was for anything?
No, that's the maintenance.
Field maintenance.
Athletic field.
The baseball.
Or there were years it wasn't getting done.
Or there were years.
Yeah,
Getting done.
yeah.
So, but the point is people react to large percentages increases. So in recreation, we would just ask you to remember the 14,000. That's not in the prior year approved budget. I think that's significant because we have 2 years in a row approved that at town meeting. So clearly the town should be expecting that to be an ongoing expense.
So I will say that the level of detail and understanding of the rec budget this year is way better than it's ever been in the last 11 years I've been here. Rob's been a big help with that.
And Jenny's been great.
Jenny's always terrific, and Brad and the commission have totally met us where we needed them to be. Granted, I did get some updated numbers at 10 o'clock this morning, but I was happy to get them and update everything, get it all built in.
Definitely way better.
Yeah, no, so you'll see when you get the backup, and this is what, you know, Jim knows, Jim Sparrowlakis knows, because he's been through this many times, but when the budget packets go around with FinCom, you know, what you're seeing now is the summary sheets. They'll have all the backup with all the documentation, so that all exists, but it exists in piles of paper, so we still have this week to put that all together in a nice package, so. But yeah, with recreation, I think is very, very clear to say that there's a much more thoughtful and comprehensive budgeting. And Wayne actually deserves a lot of credit for that too, because he spent a lot of hours with Park and Rec Commission, with different vendors, really making sure, you know, whether it's fertilizer or the infield prep or equipment or personnel, that they're really thinking about what needs to happen, who's gonna do what, and how that varies on different sites between, for instance, you know, Baxter Street, which is under their care and custody relative to Heights Dave or Beach School. So we do still have some sections of some field maintenance costs are carried in the parks section of the DPW budget, because they're responsible for those under the pipe state management plan, and some carried in rec. So it is still, you still have to kind of look at those sections together to really understand it. And that work's been ongoing for quite a while now. So debt service, you know, nothing more to say about that. And then the big ones on employee benefits is the reduction in retirement. The employee health insurance, we are carrying an assumed number based on our most recent conversation with Maya last week. That number is going to be confirmed. The Maya board sets rates for the subsequent year, typically right around mid-February each year. So once I get a new number, I'll key it in, and that health insurance number will change. But I'm carrying 8%, which I think is probably, knock on wood, higher than it's gonna be. So if anything, I think it'll go down, but it could go up. So just know that that's but I think that's a good number.
So
You've got
the
15% there.
that reflects additional people.
Oh, that reflects additional people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we obviously the employee headcount changes year to year, and with the different hires, you know, maybe people who didn't carry insurance now are, so that's all just a.
Well, and also there's probably at least one position that wasn't filled.
Correct.
Maybe two positions that weren't filled and now are.
That's right, yeah.
Single people become married.
Yeah, all of those things
All
happen.
that stuff.
All of those things happen.
We gotta prevent that.
No, really.
And we do always carry some contingency for if someone was to leave on July 1st and be replaced by someone on the Cadillac plan. You know, we do carry that amount just in case. So. Oh, one other thing that I should bring to you next week in your meeting for formal consideration, but just to give you a preview now, the 3-year opt-out policy, which is where employees who would be eligible for health insurance but are not on health insurance are entitled to an opt-out incentive. That 3-year policy that the board voted in 2019 only runs through June. So I'm going to bring that forward a week from tonight to reauthorize that for FY 24 through 26. And I am going to recommend a increase in the amount. Right now it's been 600 and 1200 for individual and family. And so the numbers I'm showing reflect if that was to change from 750 to 1500. So a fairly modest increase, but definitely well justified. So I did carry that in here and in your approval, but that's a fairly small dollar figure. And then in terms of transfers, we're carrying the same amount into stabilization that we've done for the last 3 or 4 years. So I now have some slides on kind of multi-year budget trends. And I know this is a lot of data, so this isn't something you're gonna kind of absorb just at a glance, but I did put this into some bar charts here. This one on the left shows, so this is all FY19 through 22 are actual. FY23 is the budgeted amount, FY24 is the proposed amount. This chart on the left includes education, that's the big gray bar in the middle. And just was, as I did with the pie chart earlier tonight, I think it's more instructive if you take out education to really give a better picture of what's actually going on with just the town non-education budget. So that's what you got here on the right. So when you get these slides, you can go through this in detail. I know you can't absorb it just by looking at the screen, but you know, I thought it would be interesting to just give a visual of kind of what the budget trends have been.
The loss of the green bar in this
Yes.
year means the whole thing comes down.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's been tapering down for the last several years.
Mhm.
And I was playing around with having labels on there, but it gets very busy. But yeah, it's real. When you have it in Excel and you can hover over it, it's very, very cool to kind of really see the numbers. So I do want to just make one point that everything showing actual is always going to be less than budgeted. So if I ran the same chart of FY19 through FY23 budgeted, it would be a different chart and it would not show as much of an increase because we typically have turnbacks, and so the budgeted tends to be higher, or it's always higher. It's got to be by law. But we think actual is a better number. Once the year is closed out and the audit's complete, that's when we start using actual. So some related matters, we talked earlier a bit about the school stabilization. The model developed in prior years showed 397, 325. The board has discussed more recently reducing this amount for FY24 to extend those funds over a longer period of time. I did put out that number as a starting point for tonight's discussion of later tonight of the warrant articles. But that'll be up to the board, what you want to refer, and ultimately up to the voters as to what they want to approve. At this rate of drawdown, and assuming no new additional funds into the fund, roughly the same amount would be appropriated for FY25. That would largely zero out the account. The exact numbers are, you could do like 387, 325, but that assumes no earnings on investment, so on. So there's, so it's not that exact a science, but in round numbers, you have enough for pretty much exactly 2 years at this level. So for FY24 and 25.
Can I ask a question of this one more? Relative to that, whereas you have your $300,000 that went away on debt service, and in the past, this fund was using expired debt. We're not into that. I think it might be worth consideration to take this fund and spread it over 3 years, and because this is a good year to do it, because you've got the $300,000 cushion there, it sort of helps equal the two out a little, not quite. You get an extra year out, but at a lower number, so that when you finally do use up this fund, it won't be such a cliff. You go up. So just when you get to that discussion, that's.
The other thing that we have to hope is that the Essex retirement is not a glitch. Because it's a bonus this year. And if it turns out to be a mistake on their part in future years, then we'll be unhappy.
Is that because to be all that people have passed and therefore?
The explanation we were given, because we got the assessment in early December, and I, within a day, reached out to the director to say, come on, this can't be right. And then we followed up 2 additional times since then, including last week. I didn't want to present it. I mean, it's just very hard to comprehend. The explanation we were given was that so they based the assessment on the prior calendar year's reported payroll. So we file our report on payroll every fall. So they would take the calendar year 2022 payroll and use that to proportionally allocate our share of their assessment across their entire population. They said that our reported earnings, while they went up whatever percent, was a smaller percentage than their entire population in the aggregate went up significantly more. That's kind of hard for us to believe. But we don't have the other numbers, so without getting the reported wages from the other 47 units in the aspect system, or however many units there are, we can't prove that. All we can do is ask, and then ask again, and then ask a third time with very specific questions. And we have been told this is the number, that it was set by PARAC, that it's not going to change. We have that in 2 different correspondences from them, that it's not going to change for next year. So, you know, Rick's concern is well founded, that if they do find an error, and next year we could be looking at a big spike but.
So this doesn't reflect the wage study increases either, right?
Correct.
So next year it could be higher.
Correct. Yeah.
But
Well, it's like
it's
there was-
a small percentage. Yeah,
That would be like $5,000. It wouldn't
Yeah,
be
the
this
slide,
much.
would
be
be back at the
nothing.
beginning. I think what did we show as not as total payroll was like 3.4 something million. Remember?
Yes.
So like adding 50 grand is
As a percentage.
it's a contributor, but it's not a driving factor.
The other interesting thing is that it's also in the time when their portfolio performance was a bad year for their.
Expected to force rates up.
So, exactly. But having said all that, Angus knows this, that the previous year was a big jump. I don't know the exact number, but it was
like 11%.
it was very big.
They had a successful 30 years. So.
Well, no, but our assessment of last year.
The previous year was way up, so maybe they overassessed us the year before.
And maybe they catching up, you would hope.
We
Yeah.
have kind of wondered about that.
Yeah. If it fluctuates too greatly, I would be suspicious because, it really shouldn't. Before we move on, just one thing. So, this goes back to the conversation we had at FinCom with you. We have a stabilization fund. And that's referred to as a capital stabilization fund. And it's not clear to me whether we have a stabilization fund or a stabilization fund that's limited solely to capital. I think we have a stabilization fund. I think before we go to town meeting, I think we need to clarify what we have. This can lead to a discussion of whether you need 2 stabilization funds, but I believe we have a stabilization fund, and I don't think we should be implying it solely exists for capital items. That's all I'm thinking.
That's true, but its intent was always that.
Well, how do we know that?
Well, but that's just sort of historically for like 30 years, that's always been the intent.
No, I remember 30 years ago, it was called a stabilization fund. I don't recall it 30 years ago being tagged with capital.
No, but it was never used for anything else.
Okay, so that's fine, Archie. So technically, there's a way that you can make a stabilization fund via capital, and if that's what we want to do, we should do that. But I don't know that we don't want to have a stabilization fund that isn't restricted to capital. I wouldn't call it a capital unless it's been sealed in up properly. It's just wrong to imply it's something that it may not be.
So next thing, we're still in the section of kind of related matters. So we've got school stabilization, free cash. This is obviously one we talk about every year. This is, central in terms of taxpayer impact. This has, going back to FY17, on average, about 190,000 a year has been transferred annually to reduce the tax rate. If you add into that the 1 year that free cash wasn't certified, and the overlay surplus was used instead in FY 21, and you build that into the number, it's actually more like 221,000. So that's been, you know, that's been a definite steady contributor to the tax rate. So it's important for everyone to remember that. So you have this chart that's been in the last few FinCom booklets, just showing those trends. Mass Department of Revenue does recommend maintaining about 5% of the operating budget. That's about $900,000 in the proposed. Some amount of budget turnbacks are recurring and typical, which we've talked about before, whether that's fire, you know, different things like that, whether that's due to conservative budgeting or periods of short staffing. But typically it's been in the fall, not in the spring, that the free cash transfer is considered, and that should say FY 24. So you could appropriate free cash in the spring town meeting to offset the FY 24 tax rate, but historically that's not how it's been done. It's been done in the fall when we have better information about turnbacks and. In terms of capital planning and transfers to stabilization, the Capital Improvements Committee has met several times this cycle. They started in the late fall. They've got a meeting again this Thursday. One of the requests I'm making to the board tonight, when we get to the articles later on, is to refer any capital articles for CIC review. They know they're coming, but I think getting this board to refer those is important in the step. Capital planning, as always, will go forward in parallel with FinCom reviews, including review of any capital spending from next year, as well as the overall capital program. My proposed budget carries $500,000 transfer into stabilization that had a year-end balance at the end of FY 22 of 1.8 million. The community compact report, the BLS, does refer to 15% of operating budget, which would be 2.7 million, as we've talked about. You know, we were there when that policy was approved back in December 2018. It seemed like the 15% was kind of the DLS number. I don't know that it reflected real, you know, is that really what West Newbury needs? But that's a continuing discussion with Capital Committee, FinCom, and this board as to what's the right level of stabilization.
So that number, that 50% assumption by the state is being, you know, the approximate correct number. Includes municipalities, most municipalities which have both water and sewer under the overall umbrella of the, you know, municipal government, as opposed to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's all the communities.
No, I understand that, but they come up, you know, there's this rough number of 15%.
Right.
And
Inclusive of all communities, including those that don't have.
well,
Yeah, I mean, it would look different if we added in, say, water, both on the operating budget side as well as on the stabilization side. So, I mean, you could carve up the numbers in different ways, but that's where I think we're trying to get to, is what is the right healthy balance?
right.
And is that 500 the right amount to put in annually to keep the program?
Right, so further discussion, you know, you have recommendations for free cash, recommendations for stabilization. One way to look at it is, in the aggregate, those two can be used very similarly. They have different processes, but they're, so if you add up the two numbers that we have, free cash and stabilization, it happens to be approximately the same amount of.
Yeah, I understand.
If you take the state recommendations, however you pass out those numbers.
Yeah.
So having both of those presented at once is probably the way to look at it. Talking about both of them as being available for some use is another way to look at it.
So the capital committee's report under the town bylaws is due on or by March 13th. So they'll be going through their process over that timeline. This actually ties right into what we've been talking about. This is a chart showing the last 6 or 7 years of data on free cash, stabilization, water retained earnings, or what's sometimes called water free cash, water stabilization, as well as pool stabilization. And I put this into a chart that was this, we presented this to the capital committee probably 2 or 3 months ago. And this just gives kind of the trends on those various accounts. And you can see that the stabilization account, that's the dark green, has kind of trended upwards. The free cash is kind of up and down, but then back up to its highest level really in memory. Obviously the red one was school stabilization, that's now dropping pretty steadily. And then there's kind of an inverse relationship between water retained earnings and water stabilization. You can see the stabilization there balanced got to when I started at the end of FY18, their stabilization balance was $8,000. So it's gone up quite a bit, but that's because they transferred $500,000 from, or voters transferred $500,000 from retained earnings to stabilization. So that's what accounts for one going up, one going down. But anyhow, this shows where we were at the end of fiscal 22. We have some somewhat improved numbers if you account for, what's happening in FY23 between the money's in, the money's out. But in terms of multi-year reporting, I like to stick to the DOR certified numbers, right? Because once you start introducing one that's like, okay, well, we have the 500 that we put in, but we take out the 220 that we appropriated for the plow truck or blah, blah, blah. The numbers get less reliable. These are all kind of Department of Revenue year-end numbers. So I think for multi-year reporting, that's probably a better way to do it. So in terms of the process from here, upon referral of the budget, the Finance Committee has scheduled its meetings starting a week from Wednesday, so February 15th, and then each of 6 consecutive Wednesdays in February and March. And those are all at 6 p.m. So within their reviews, they'll go through each section of the budget. The schedule will be posted and circulated. Jenny and I will meet with Chris tomorrow to put together an overall master schedule of all of the sections of the budget. The FinCom will also review the proposed warrant articles. I work with the FinCom chair to schedule the reviews based in part on readiness. So this year, I think really most of the sections are ready, but there are some things like obviously schools, or we would tend to put health insurance later once we have real rates, or some different things. So we'll meet with Chris tomorrow and kind of go through that. But part of why I make that point is if there are sections of the budget that you all have real questions about, let me know that, and we can put those into the March dates, and that way we don't have FinCom doing their job twice. When I present my budget, just as you see in the detail in front of you, I do include the amounts proposed by the department head or the chairs of the boards, commissions, and committees. That's also reported in the materials I send to FinCom. So if you see a difference on the department wanted this and you put that, why, that's all in balance. You can ask me any of those questions. As the process winds down, as you know, leading up to town meeting, so presumably sometime around early April, could even be mid-April, would be the joint meeting with the select board, the moderator, town council, myself and Jim. The deadline to post the town meeting warrants is Monday, April 10th. I believe that's all I've got.
So could you clarify on when your proposed value is different from the department head or BCC? Did you just say you always carry what they propose? Or
Yeah.
There are some that are different. I mean,
if it's wages, is it wages?
Yeah, I just noticed a few as I was scanning through. And so that means that you approve of all the department and board and commission proposals? Or you're just carrying that for discussion?
I'm proposing it.
Okay.
So I mean, it's hard to generalize, but for instance, with if I receive a budget from an elected board, I'm going to show a fair amount of deference to that budget.
Mhm.
So just to take one example, which was a good example because it's a big dollar amount, health.
Mhm.
I'm not in the business of getting into how the recycling. I'll have some conversations, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna bring forward their proposed budget because they're in a position to know. So in some sections of the budget, I'm more of a pass through, and other I'm doing more qualitative back and forth. But one of the other things that is, you'll see some of the numbers jump around, is when I sent out my budget packet, I said, don't account for COLA. Some departments do anyway, and some don't. So I just take their numbers as they give them to me. And then we do our wage budgeting on more of a centralized basis. And so if it's a change in wages, it's probably just because when they submitted the budget, it didn't include COLA, and I built the COLA. Or, yeah, that kind of thing. So, but there was, I mean, this is a small example, but like the planning board submitted its budget, and it showed a significant drop in its expense budget, which was primarily attributable to the fact that they're also now doing minutes in-house rather than a vendor. But you know, I reached out to the town planner and I said, geez, it looks like the training and travel budget, and it's not broken out here, but I think it was like, I forget what the number was, but I went ahead and added $1,200 to that because I want to make sure that the 2 staff and the 5 board members have the opportunity to go to travel and training. So it seemed very thin what they were carrying for travel and training. And I've spent 15 years in town planning, and I want to make sure that so I'll make some qualitative adjustments. So it depends on the section of the budget.
On total assessors, department head, BCC, column fiscal year 2024, you've got a negative number in there, and that negative number doesn't even add up.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if that messes up what you want to present to the select.
It wouldn't, because I'm not presenting that column, but that's obviously an error, so thank you for.
Where is that, Rob?
Page 4, the assessors, 141 total assessors. It's just if you look at
Yeah,
you see the column with the negative number.
yeah,
That's just
that's obviously an error.
should be like positive 164 or something. But Angus assurance it doesn't affect anything.
It doesn't affect anything in what I'm proposing, because what I'm proposing is the town manager column, but it's obviously an error, so I'll fix that. And looking at it, I think what it is, it's definitely
But it's not right, is it?
it doesn't seem to be affecting the bottom.
I was gonna say, that number is correct.
Well, it's just the inverse of what,
Yeah.
well, no, what it is, it's the FY 23.
Right.
It's something related to the FY 23. Yeah.
-1.
Yeah, okay, I'll fix that. Thank you, Rob.
Eagle Eye Rad.
That number's not even.
No,
Calculation.
no.
And the reason why the school resource officer is.
Okay, yeah, that's a good question.
That's a good.
So that's a good, so. The school resource officer has been carried as a separate line in the expense budget for as long as I've been here and before. It doesn't add anything from the finance department standpoint, it doesn't add anything to do that. So the proposal rolls that into the total salary and wage budget. So if you wanted us to disaggregate that, we could, but the reason I favor not doing that is really twofold. One, it historically hasn't borne any relationship to what that actual employee is paid, and therefore I think was kind of like misleading. And secondly, it creates additional work with every payroll to apportion or more often after the fact, like the position's typically paid out of the salary wages budget, then there's a journal entry to assign it to that? Or is it?
No, Sue does it, Sue Curry, she charges it against that line until it's expended and then adjusts.
Well, but like year to date, we're only at 6.6%, so they have.
Right, because they haven't been.
Oh, because he was in. Okay. So, I think, there was unfortunately, there was some incorrect reporting on the article a couple of weeks ago with the school resource officer where the amount that was, that is paid to the town by Pentucket was reported as that employee's salary, which was totally incorrect. So, I think putting something in, it just suggests that that's like the salary of that position, and that's not it. So to me, it is confusing. I would like to, I think at this point in the town's kind of governance, having an SRO is embedded into our police department. I know there was a time when it was a decision that needed to be made and needed to be reinforced every year. But I think at this point, it seems like everyone would agree, or most everyone would agree, that is an inherent part of our department. So to me, I don't really see a rationale to break it out as a separate expense line. But if we certainly have that number, and we can do that if you prefer it to be presented that way. But yeah, that was kind of just a recommendation I'm making to streamline things a little bit.
So
And
it's
to
just,
not purport to.
But the other thing is, it doesn't. By not doing it, I can see it either way, but by not doing that, you don't get you actually get a salary and wages increase, which you actually wouldn't, that line item wouldn't go up.
Yeah, that's true.
And it would actually be going down if it was kept where it was.
Yeah, it does create, anytime you make a change in the structure of your budget, it does create multi-year glitches on reporting, and that's part of why in the charts that I put out tonight, they deal with the kind of more bigger buckets rather than each line, because it does get.
But also, as another thing, it doesn't reflect the transfer in from the other community, from Pentucket to us.
Correct, right.
Do they literally write us a check, or do they simply make our assessment
Yeah, they
lower?
write us a check.
How does that work?
They write us a check.
Okay,
But that doesn't go up in the salary line,
No.
opposed to revenue.
Correct.
right.
And that's quarterly.
No, it's just once a year.
Once a year, okay.
Angus, while you're talking about that dynamic, what about the conservation officer?
Good point, because that doesn't really show up in the expense because we carry the full-time conservation agent in the current year budget. But a portion of that is offset by revenues we receive from Merrimack under the municipal agreement. As you know, the board voted in December and provided notice to Merrimack that we would not be going forward with the intermunicipal agreement starting July 1st. So the FY24 budget continues to carry the conservation agent at full time, but there wouldn't be any offsetting revenues. So from an expense budget, it doesn't show up as a difference, but that's an important point Chris made is that will show up in the tax rate because we wouldn't be projecting the revenues. From there. So in the current year, I think based on the amount that we expect to receive this year, would have amounted to just under 2 cents on the tax rate is about right. So yeah, when this goes to FinCom, what you remember from last one is I'll put in written notes in each section to elaborate on some of those nuances. That's not in here yet, because it's obviously, sprint to the finish to get the numbers right. So it doesn't have all the bells and whistles in terms of narratives or anything, but.
So anyone in further
So
comments?
I guess on the SRO, do you guys have an opinion? It's because I could easily change that. I mean, it wouldn't change the bottom line, but
We get it, it's all whether the voters understand what's going on. Are they gonna say, well, you don't have a school resource officer now, or?
yeah. Yeah, it cuts both ways. I mean, we don't have any problem with doing it. It just was like a little.
Is it, you have to like make a transfer every payroll or no?
No, she charges, Sue will send over the payroll charging that account until it's expended, and then. So she tracks the spending in that line and knows when to stop charging.
What we have not even represent, is that an accurate, I mean, what? Roll it into payroll, please, don't let it sit there forever with as a meaningless made up number.
Yeah, it doesn't mean.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. It would mean more, I mean, it could be set next year based on the budgeted wage of the individual who's
That's what I was
been
saying.
appointed to that, and it could be a true number. But then,
Things happen.
you know, does that mean that you need to adjust it every year as there's personnel turnover or people get different, you know, longevity or educational, and that all of a sudden is like that one employee is picked out of all of our employees, and like, I mean, granted, we have other single employee departments where it's the same effect, I suppose, so. It's not.
Police officer, other people calling up.
Well, the other thing is that during the summer, the SRO is not an SRO.
That's
At that
correct.
point, these.
Patrol officer.
It's not 100% SRO
I
job.
just
No.
think it makes it more confusing to have it as a separate item.
I kind of think so.
Yeah.
I always just thought it was also weird that it's first on the list. But that's the way the account structure was set up.
Yeah.
So I think we make it a little cleaner, what we propose. Oh, one thing you'll see a big.
But you
change.
have to remember, when we first started it, it was contentious, and a lot of people said, why are we paying more than Merrimack? And it wasn't a slam dunk that everyone was gonna go along with this, so we had to be 100% transparent and in having it that way.
Right.
It had a
Yeah, I knew that was
rationale
the
then.
intent.
It had a rationale then.
Right.
Probably no longer.
And similar to, there was a year or two where land agent was carried as a separate line, that really, from an administrative standpoint, really didn't ever make sense. So for the last, I think last year or this year, I've just rolled that up, it's all one.
Well, at that point, it was a new idea.
Right,
So
right,
it was,
but I
it
think
was
the same thing that Archie's saying.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Now it's the way we do things, and just
Yeah.
roll it in and make it part of the standard package.
As I'm looking at that police line, I am just noting, we did carry a significant increase in the police cruiser for next year.
Yeah.
And you'll see, you saw the articles that you'll review later tonight. There's a proposal for the current fiscal year to appropriate more funds to allow us to get a cruiser because the amount budgeted is insufficient. So we are recommending a significant increase from 40 to 60,000, and that's just to reflect what it costs for the vehicle and to do all the fit out needed. So, and that is for a hybrid.
Right.
But the cost delta from hybrid to non is not that big a deal.
No, it's not huge. The other thing is that, and this isn't on the budget, but, you know, we have in the past for the hybrids used a Green Communities grant to, you know, just $5,000
Yeah.
from that, which based on timing may not be available because we just went through the cycle of those grants. So, but there is another program. We'll talk about that at some point.
Okay, can we move on? We got a lot to cover here.
So we need a motion to refer the.
Yeah.
All right, so I move to refer the FY24 operating budget as prepared by the town manager to the finance committee.
Second.
For the discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Wait, what about the discussion?
I was trying to get it going.
I know.
We just had an hour of discussion.
Not on the motion.
All right, thank you.
Okay, make a motion to approve all the warrant articles or. all in favor?
All right. So for those following from home, there is a packet of the warrant articles with backup is all posted to the select board page with their meeting packets, and it's town meeting article request draft. Until the board includes it on the warrant, it's not on the warrant. So as long as everyone understands that, but this is the starting point, and yeah, there is a lot here. 43 is the last number.
Yeah.
That includes a couple received earlier today, so.
Actually, it's 45, it's including the A.
Oh, I added
So-
A, so it's not.
some
throw off
ones.
Well, there's a whole naming structure of the server
You threw me.
that I had redone so many times, I didn't want to do it again, so I threw in a couple of 10A or 13A and 33A. Just for expediency, so.
Yeah, when I was linking this, I was like, what?
So, is this mine?
Yes, it is. You can click on it.
Oh, okay.
You can-
I'll
just
just-
say it just
oh,
doesn't
okay.
show up. I don't know why.
So for those following on from home, when you look at the list, if you click on whatever's of interest, it jumps right to the backup. So.
If it doesn't,
for-
there's no backup.
Yeah, if it doesn't go, there's no backup, so. But we have forms on just about every one of these, I think. Just about every one.
Is there a way to do that with the PDF to have a backup? To go back to where you were? You know, when you link forward like that, is there
You
one?
couldn't link it back.
We actually, the first packet or two back in 2018.
Yeah.
We did that. It was it was much harder. There must be a better way,
Yeah,
but it was, yeah, like if you. One of Archie's early packets, it would say return to agenda, it said on the bottom of every page, and it
Yeah.
would bring you back to page one.
okay.
It took the support staff person so long to put in those links, I said,
Okay.
stop doing it.
Yeah, okay.
And I tried it myself, I couldn't come up with a better way to do it. There might be, but I was trying to put something in the footer or something, but it didn't work the way it should have.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. How about 5 minutes per article? How's that sound? Reasonable? No, I know you.
I'm not looking for you to vote recommendations tonight.
No, but you wanna, if, we don't know if we keep them or,
Right, and then what we would do is in the next couple of meetings, bring in the sponsors to present anything to make the presentation before a recommendation is voted.
So did we talk at one point about having a combined select board and FinCom meeting to do this? Was that what you were asking about?
We asked it at one point, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
we discussed it.
Oh,
I think the best thing that would be is, once you decide what's on offer, you bring the people in. If FinCom members want to come in and listen, it just gives you a little bit of a heads up when it comes to the FinCom.
mhm.
And that way, we're not debating the board of the select board at the same time. You guys get to have your opinion and we get to have ours. I think it probably works smoother that way.
Mhm.
It does take more time for the presenters, which is unfortunate.
Well, I mean, I also think we could benefit from each other's questions. You have a different perspective on it than we might, but. Okay,
okay,
that's never been done. Like a joint, FinCom and select board meeting.
but pretty much no.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, I mean, it's a question.
You pretty much know, but is it a good idea, is a better question.
I guess my thought would be, so the FinCom reviews the articles sponsored on the same night that budget. So if there's a Board of Health article, they're gonna vote it there. So it's spread over 4 to 5, or this cycle, 6 meetings.
Mhm.
And so I think if you were intending to go through all of this in like one meeting, not only are they still coming to FinCom for their budget, now they're coming to an extra meeting. And I don't think you could, and they'd be waiting.
It's
all
impossible.
night. Like the people at the end of the list would be sitting here for 4
Yeah.
hours before their article came up. So right now it's divvied up among the FinCom. Typically, the FinCom, at least in my observation, has done a deeper dive on a lot of things. Because the board, often by the time it's an article, you are the sponsor, and so you know why it's there, because you're the sponsor of half these articles.
Yeah, right.
So
Most of,
I think if there's particular articles that might justify a joint meeting or some subset, that could be really good, but I think if treasurer.
just the few that we might have problems with are but we don't need to do all of these, no.
Okay.
And that's what the FinCom's job is. We can't have a regular meeting and do as the FinCom is gonna do it more comprehensively than that. We just we don't know, it's impossible to do to evaluate everything with this, and then it wouldn't work.
So if we're interested in the FinCom's opinion, we just need to go to the FinCom meeting and listen.
Yeah. Which has always been done a lot.
I know, I go to a lot of.
For years when I was on the FinCom, that often
Mhm.
selectmen there, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so. Let's get started. Article 1, where we have no question about that. Article 2, reports of town committees, no question about that. Article 3, do we want to keep the school stables? So now for the moment, let's just do thumbs up or thumbs down on whether to keep it, okay? So 3, keep?
Yeah, and then what I would say is, like, where you guys are meeting a week from tonight, we could have this on as an agenda item, and then you can flesh out the number, so you don't need to worry about that tonight.
Right.
You put it on, and then next week we'll do more presentation on that.
Article 4, yes. We have to have a budget. We don't have to, but
We're kind of gonna do that.
okay. I'll go along with that. Give instructions to the Board of Water Commission.
Yeah.
Article 6, the water department budget. That's a no-brainer. I gotta move my thing, hang on. Okay. Oh. Church and Prospect Street water main replacements.
So this doesn't specify where the money's coming from,
Right.
so,
It's ready for prime time?
Well, it seems like based on what we've seen so far at this point, that's gonna be limited to materials. Is that correct?
That's the intent.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I say, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Article 8, appropriation of water retained earnings for 23 operating costs. I don't know what that is, but
Well, because they're probably gonna be going over budget.
they need to. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, this is about the, had to buy more water, yeah, okay.
Well, is that? This is for all operating costs or specifically for water? I mean, is this what we were talking about earlier that,
No, this is for water's retained earnings for water's operating.
right, but what operating? costs
Right,
are-
yeah, no, so that you, so there's the way, you know, the way it was submitted was for the purchase of water. But when you look at the way the water department budget is organized, there is no separate expense line for water. So if it was, although I guess the way it's worded is just for water. So.
But is that accurate?
I'm not totally sure, because as you know, there was a new article submitted just mid-morning today
Right.
with an additional amount for valves and fittings and things like that. So I think that's a good.
I don't understand the question, so.
Well, so the question is whether the proposal is just for purchase of water
Oh,
or whether it's for operating costs. I wrote it.
I see what you mean. I would say, I was getting good for water. I thought well, you mean literal water.
Yes.
Okay.
H2O.
Okay,
To buy water molecules,
okay.
many of them.
So, yeah, I should really change this to make it more reflective of what the article says, which is for the purchase of water, not for. When, at the meeting that Wendy and Rick and I were at last Tuesday, and Mike was talking about a number of overages. I took that to mean that there might be any number of lines that are trending to overspend. I don't know that. What they've specifically asked for in this article is the purchase of water, so. But then, like I said, this new article came in today, with the valves and hydrants, water mains, meter pits, and so it's we got how many, 7 or 8 articles, like all on Friday afternoon or Monday morning, so there hasn't been a lot of time to fully understand what's.
Do these have to be voted tonight?
No.
Okay, I'd like to study.
Placeholder on, you're basically preserving your option to keep it on. You're not committing to keep it on. You're preserving your option to do so.
Yeah.
Right.
You typically have warrant articles that you make decisions much further along in the process than tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to approve, I'm saying whether to have it on. Yeah, so can we defer until we have a chance to look into this?
We can kill it anytime.
Yeah. I mean, so. I think
You
at this
just
point-
can't add it on later, but you can get rid of it 2 weeks from now.
Okay,
Yeah, I think this is just kind of a first pass right now. If there's
Yeah.
something that clearly we don't think is appropriate, it could.
I don't know, there's not enough backup to determine
Right,
whether it's
so,
appropriate.
yeah, so-
Yeah, okay.
Okay, purchase new meter at the Pipe Save Booster Station.
And I also think it's relevant whether this is coming from town funds or water department funds.
I believe it's all.
It's all water.
Yeah, so water department stabilization fund account.
Yeah, none of this is proposed from town funds.
Okay. The church prospect? That might be town funds.
No, that would be,
All right.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if the select board swoops in with ARPA funds, I'm sure they.
Well, I mean, that's something we need to talk about, because
Yeah.
based on timing when the ARPA funds
Right,
time out.
yeah,
Maybe we do it sooner.
Right.
yeah.
Then the pipe will sit there for like.
Yeah, for a week, yeah, we've actually been working toward, we're gonna have ARPA on a week from tonight, so we've been working toward that. Because I do think it would be good to pin down, what amount of funds, if any, would go toward water.
Okay, so let's keep,
What's with the select board not submitting the forms on number 14? Slackers,
When there's a form,
it says no.
No, I updated it this afternoon.
Just kidding.
The one on the website says yes.
Oh, all right, all
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I retract my criticism of the select board.
No, I wrote about 15 forms over the weekend, as you know.
Okay. Water meter. Yes, no, whatever.
Yes.
Okay,
I mean, these are all, you know, at least the way they're presented in the, you know, the forms. They're all necessary. At least the hardware things are all necessary pieces of hardware to make the system continue to work right. Or.
but why did they all show up at like this year?
That's a good question.
I think I have a reason, but
Yeah.
I think Mike's trying to set things up for future success and trying to make sure that anything
doesn't get forgotten. But it doesn't mean that the question is, so are they being pushed forward just to make sure that they don't get forgotten 3 years from now?
Does that mean the rates are gonna go way up to
Yeah, and
support
we
them?
we don't know that. I mean, we haven't, like I said, I got these Friday
Yeah.
afternoon
That's, but, okay, for the moment, okay, so we got water meter, we good? You good, Wendy?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, next one,
but that would be, you know, if you wanted to, for instance, invite the water commission in a week from tonight to present their articles.
we do, that's no question, there's no question about that one.
Yeah, right,
These ones, we don't know anything about it, and there's not even a price on any of them.
right.
There might be like,
But the sunset dates could also be further out in the future if it won't spend this year.
that's true, yeah. Chlorine monitoring, I guess, yeah, sounds good. I don't know where your chlorine's at. SCADA remote terminal units. Yeah, I guess.
I would keep it on there. I mean,
The rationale on that one didn't seem particularly powering, but whatever. On exterior repairs to Wellfield #1 building. I would vote no on that one, but I just looked at the building and redo all the stucco and stuff. Come on.
Sure, I think it's pretty important.
You do?
Wayne thinks it is, so. I think
protect the building, basically to protect the structure you got.
They've done what they can in-house. Brian Richards done a fair amount of work on that building. And it's gone to the point where, like stucco, we can't do that in-house. But anyhow, you can ask your questions. Take your recommendation, but I don't, this has been actually on the capital plan for a while. This is not out of nowhere.
It isn't, okay.
I've been
All
hearing about this
right.
over a year. So They actually had to seal up some holes because there were some bats in there. So they had to like seal up the things after the bats had left, so they couldn't come back, because you can't force bats out, but they've been working on that building for a while.
Some spackle in there. All right. Number 13, wellheads, good, yes. I guess, okay. Rick, you're good? So
Yeah, I'm
far?
good with that.
Okay, all the water, okay. Number 14, funds for study of continuing study of Dole
Yeah,
Place.
there's one, Archie, if you're looking at the one in what I emailed around, make sure to look up on the screen, because this was a new one, this 13, so-called 13A. I didn't want to.
Oh, I didn't get that one, okay.
That's, I emailed it around today. I got this about 10 o'clock this morning.
Okay, don't look at it. That's not what I have up. What is 13A again?
So, well,
If you go to the website, Rick, it's under your packets.
yeah, I emailed it around as soon as I got it, but I just got it
Yeah,
today.
okay, yeah, no problem.
So this is, 30,000 for water enterprise to purchase and or repair valves, hydrants, water main, meter pits, or any other devices that are associated with water distribution system. This is where, to the question of operating budget, I don't know if this is adding to the inventory for future repairs, or if this is helping remedy
Mhm.
current year shortfalls, I just don't know.
Yeah,
But this is, you know, it goes on about, you know, needing to have homes available, which supplies are needed. You can. read that.
Okay, so is it?
Oh, you know what? Let me do a screen share.
Okay, so they're not, there's no, that's only buying them. It doesn't say how much it costs to put them in. So this is actually putting in hydrants, valves in places where there aren't valves at the moment. New valves will help the department isolate sections of water main. So these are things that aren't, so this is a new thing.
yeah, I would want to know if this is part of the recommendation from their, their engineer, or like where this is coming from. I do think we need to have the water commissioner,
Yeah.
somebody come in and explain, this
There's a
just
lot
seems
of
like a
stuff.
lot.
There's a lot.
A lot going on. How are they gonna be able to do all this stuff? Okay. Okay, so I get, if the numbers are different,
There were just the two added today.
Oh, okay.
And then when we get to number 33, there was a. 33A.
okay, let's keep going. We know we're gonna get up to 33.
Yeah, that's right.
Study of Dole Place, we all wanna do that, correct? Okay. Article 15, see if the town vote to transfer, 10,364 septic loan, yes, we need to do that. Article 16, do we wanna put money this year into the pension liability stabilization fund? Do I wanna deal with that? What do you say?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We want to deal with.
I'd say yes, okay. OPEB, do we want to deal with that this year? That's a regardless of what the actuarial study says that we're way in the red and everything else. Imagine what they must say about every other, we're the best community in the state, and they're telling us we're like way behind and everything. So what do they say to people that owe like 77 million?
They say they're also waiting.
If they didn't give, we got no credit whatsoever for being even close. So the point being, I would not let that the actuarial study that we just got influence us. And I also did a calculation. Oh, here it is. So since the study was done, so the actuarial study has to be done at the end of the fiscal year. That makes sense. But our investments in the OPEB account, I don't know how they performed since June 30th, but the S&P since June 30th is up 8%, and the Dow is up 15% to today since June 30th. So the deficit that they're saying we have is gonna be less than what they are saying we have. So just to throw that out there.
Based on today's market.
Yeah, doesn't mean it can't get worse in 2 weeks, but that being said, they picked, just by accident, the worst time for the performance of our investments for the OPEB to be evaluated. That's all. So do we want, the question is, do we want to put a token amount in there just to keep the habit going in case we need to, or do we say we're still the best community in the state, why put money in there?
No, I think, if anything, I think we should at least do a token amount.
Okay,
I think we should keep it in front of us.
okay. Snow and ice. Deficit.
So as of right now, it doesn't look like we will have one, but it's still only early February, so we gotta keep it on and if needed.
There will be tremendous irony if the number is if the number is finally boosted up to 200,000 in the budget. And we understand.
I will laugh so much, because I hate boosting it up.
That's the danger of increasing. Once you ratchet it up, you can't pull it down.
And then we don't want to hear any complaints about free cash from anybody.
Right. Over budgeting.
That's not how I sound.
No, I wasn't talking about you.
Right. Are you feeling self-conscious or something?
No.
Well, because I wasn't talking about you.
No.
The next one is actually supposed to be a recurring annual article. But the way, so it was voted from 2015, 2016, 2017. Then it wasn't voted for a couple of years. I don't know why, but it needs to be voted annually. So this is now got to be a recurring annual article. But the votes taken in 15, 16, 17 weren't actually correct, because it talked about it as a revolving fund, and it's not. It's a receipts reserved for appropriation. So we've had extensive dialogue with town council on pinning down exactly what we need to be doing. And this is what we need to be doing, which is to annually appropriate the PEG funds for the subsequent fiscal year. So it seems to have, fallen out under my predecessor, but it is something that is required.
So the years that we missed, is there any remedy for that, or just?
We're looking at that.
Okay, okay.
But I think in terms of the amount, that's gonna be an interesting
Yeah.
discussion, because
Yeah.
the total balance, I wouldn't think you'd appropriate the whole balance in a single, single year, so that'll be something that will.
But who's gonna so have they created a budget for things that they want to spend on?
No, there are some routine expenses associated with meeting recordings and things like that. There are some more equipment investments that the Cable Advisory Committee is considering right now, including a new server. So I think, we need to, work on what's needed for next year on both operating as well as any equipment purchases. Looking back from 2015, 16, and 17, the numbers tended to be, mid to high 60s to low 70s per year is what was appropriated. That much was never expended. In general, the balance on that PEG account has trended steadily up over the years, because there tends to be more money come in than goes out, but that could change. The Cable Advisory Committee met on Thursday, and they do have some big ideas for going forward, whether on the equipment or on programming. So I think this will be a good jumping off point for helping to crystallize what their intent is, as well as I talked with them about, I think it would be important to have them have a charge. That committee doesn't have a charge, so that is something I suggested that they do some research on what some other PEG or some other CACs are charged with, and at some point bring that to this board to talk about and get clear on kind of what's your expectation of that committee relative to your board, including on things like negotiating updated license agreements with Verizon and Comcast. So there's a lot actually that's going on with the cable committee right now.
Okay,
Is that something that a cable committee would normally do, is negotiating with? the
It
vendor?
varies town by town. It's certainly not, never happened here, although, you know, for many years, a member of the cable advisory committee was on this board, so arguably they were involved. But it was really the select board that handled those, negotiations. There are definitely other communities where the cable advisory committee is the negotiating entity, not the signatory, but the ones like doing the negotiating that ultimately the chief elected board has got to sign. But some towns have looked to their cable advisory committee to be much more frontline on those kinds of things.
okay, 20 revolving funds. We have to do, we just have to put the maximum number in there. That's routine. 21 routine, CPC divvying up to the different reserves. Okay, again, we have no choice, we have to do that. 20, Article 22, Sawmill Brook, Poorhouse Lane land acquisition, we're keeping that on,
Yes.
yes. Article 23, transfer CPC funds to Affordable Housing Trust, yes.
Mhm. So do we need a form for that, Angus, or is the CPC?
No, the funding app,
Okay.
I think if there's a CPA funding application, I'm not looking for a form
Okay.
for that. Looking at Chris, but he's not.
Does that,
A CPA application form is fine. They don't need to do a form on top of the form.
Yeah, I think we just, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
all right,
that's.
I started filling one out, so I just.
Sure. Notice.
Okay, potential 24 Whetstone Greenway supplemental funding for construction. I would vote no. I don't think we're ready for prime time on this.
Well, also the CPC cycle is closed already. I mean, how would that work? If they're coming back for funding,
It
it's not on
only-
the
it
agenda.
only would if you want to put it forward.
Okay. It's a big jump in price.
With the potential cost of now 150,000, I looked up what paving that length of an interstate highway would go for, and it's right in the ballpark for
50-foot wide by 200-foot.
We could get your map, man.
like you can pave a mile of interstate highway
Is
for
that the 1957?
no. I'm not, listen to me. A million and a half for one lane of interstate highway. And we're talking about 300 or 400 feet of, so let's call it 500 feet. 500 feet is 1/10 of a mile. 1/10 of 1.5 million is 150,000. That's where we're getting at for this trail.
I think just as a matter of timing, this would have to go back to CPC, and I think maybe we should wait till the fall.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah. I think from a timing standpoint, because it has to go back to CPC, that it sounds like that isn't really doable without doing handstands and making exceptions.
Mhm.
Okay, 24 is a thumbs down. 25, DPW plow truck replacement. I don't have an opinion, really. Yes, no.
If you know, if it's I would say yes.
Okay,
It's on the CIC, right? I mean, the capital improvement.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The pickup truck for the fire department. I'd say yes. I looked at it, that one pretty carefully.
Mhm.
Paid school HVAC. Yes,
Yeah, otherwise the space really isn't usable.
yeah. Cruiser purchase, so this is like adding to money that was in the regular budget, is that the way is that what we're dealing with here?
That's exactly what we're dealing with, yeah.
So it was put in the regular budget,
Yeah,
but it wasn't enough.
correct.
Okay.
40,000.
Yeah, 40,000 has been the traditional number.
Yeah,
And last year, the purchase, we were able to make it work with the $5,000 Green Communities grant, plus the typical amount drawn from the police cruiser revolving fund. But this year, the shortfall is too big to be, there's no grant, first of all, and secondly, there's not enough in the revolving fund. So it's basically just the overall cost.
okay.
For the cruiser and the equipment.
Ash trees, treatments for the borer, what's the thought?
Well, I think we talked about that several months back at some length, and if we're going to start the path, then we ought to, as much as we can, continue the path until we find out whether or not it works. And the reality of it is we won't know until if it's gonna be a long-term net benefit and, for a bunch of years. I think we would do it because otherwise, we're essentially writing off ash trees. Period. That's the way I see it, at least.
But what Wayne, just, I wanna hear about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
No, that's fine, but
yeah.
you were asking whether or not to keep it on there. or
Yeah,
not.
yeah, keep it on, I wanna hear about it. If we're committing to something for what Wayne's saying for a multi-year process here, I'd like to know, at least know that this has worked in, Lincoln, Nebraska or something, that it actually, can this theoretically work? Has there been successful communities or, forests or whatever that have succeeded, or at least succeeded for the moment? That's, I don't want us to be the experimental community that proves that it doesn't work, that's all.
So I don't know, tonight's the night for like presentations, but we do have Wayne on. I don't know if he's still awake or if it's just he's.
No, don't bother him on it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm still awake.
Okay, so if you want you have the narrative in front of you. So I don't know if you want him to elaborate now, or if you want, he is here next week. He's on the agenda.
Yeah, let's deal with it.
I'm just trying to decide if it should be on the
Yeah.
warrant or not.
Yeah,
I'd like to, yeah,
Tonight.
yeah.
I mean, what are the reasons it would not be on the warrant, any article? Just if we didn't feel like it was appropriate.
And yeah,
for
you
the
just
town
think
to vote
that
on?
there's, yeah, but if you think there's no, if, anybody came in and told you about it, no matter what they said, there's no way you'd go for it anyway, you might as well say no, because.
Okay. I mean, it might be, I guess we're halfway through. It might be easier just to say, are there any that we object to, so if we're not gonna fully discuss each one, we don't have people here.
Well, we're getting a little bit of information,
Okay.
and like, now we know, I think it's worthwhile, just so that we know which ones we wanna hear more about.
and that's really
Yeah.
helpful to me, because
Yeah.
I know there's things because then we can get people in to present their articles.
Like paid school security cameras, I can read that, I don't need someone to tell me about it, it makes sense, yeah, what if the rationale just makes immediate sense, like save time.
Mhm. Okay.
We don't need someone to talk about all of those. Now the next one, so paid school security cameras, we're good on that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, So, I had mentioned this to Angus, I don't, probably other people have too. So we didn't get the money for the Safe Routes to Schools grant. We didn't get the funding. We put a lot of effort into the design of the new configuration of crosswalks and perhaps a potential light at the Page School. And there's a lot of community desire to get something done there. And this is one where I think we decide up or down now on this. Do we expend some West Newbury money, because we don't have any grant funding on this, to get some to change the crosswalks and do at least some, not obviously all the complicated things that we were talking about, but at least some of the things that were in the design plan? Or do we hold off and try for a bigger grant pot of money? But that will kick the problem down the road, no pun intended.
Is this eligible for ARPA funding? I
Pretty
think we
much
should keep it
anything
on then. I think this would be a good ARPA project.
That's a good idea.
Let me just one asterisk for that, if, once the revenue replacement is kind of firmed up,
Mhm.
so which we'll have more on that next week, but it's not inherently eligible, but with the revenue replacement, it would be, so.
What's the complication of the town wanting to go forward with something like this on its own on a state highway?
So I
Well,
did
they
reach
have
out.
to approve it.
Yeah, they need to approve it. So I did reach out to the project manager from TEC, and we spoke earlier today. And I asked him that question of if is there a way to advance this locally, whether through, like Archie said, some kind of, targeted fix. That would be a project through DOT. They would need to approve the design. And it would depend in part on what type of disability they might show. For instance, typically you have to have a pedestrian landing area tied to a sidewalk network. He thought, maybe they'd show flexibility and show as long as it's landing on the north side at an accessible, point, that might be fine. But alternatively, they might only approve that if there was an accessible route all the way up to the school. So you don't know until you go down the road what, how many onions how big it grows into. Like, to try to do a targeted thing can quickly turn into a big thing depending on the flexibility of the DOT.
Yeah.
So one option would be to work with them or another firm, but work with an engineering firm on basically petitioning DOT on what design would they allow us to do, and then get that funded. Another, which are not mutually exclusive, is if the town wants to be in a position to try to get additional sidewalks or 113 onto the tip. In order to be taken seriously as a tip project, you need to have some amount of design and engineering. So you could appropriate funds typically to get 25% design plans. So that's a very different project. You could do either or both, not all at once, because we're busy, but either of those, I think, or both of those are things I think ought to be on the work plan, whether it's for this cycle or not, is something, we need to talk more about. But the way I left it with the engineer from TEC was that I told him I was going to brief the board tonight. You would decide whether to keep a placeholder on or not. If you do keep a placeholder on, the next step would be we'd set up a Zoom meeting to include Wayne and Christine Wallace, and they would work with TEC really on the details of what is achievable, what's realistic. And so if you keep it on as a placeholder, you can expect to hear more at future meetings about what we might be able to do, whether to the intersection or for a broader planning, corridor planning type effort.
I think we're gonna keep it on there.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay. where we at? 32. Funding for a well at the Kemet Fields. I did, there's no, calculation of how much, operating expenses this would be, and, also no, this is the figure for the, putting the pump in and the pump and digging the well, but it also doesn't include the actual laying out of the irrigation, how they want to do that. It doesn't include putting in 220 electricity for the pump. I don't know where that would come from.
Well, it says it's gonna connect to the service, to the existing service. Somewhere in there, it said, in the vendor quote and Rollins quote, it said that it included connecting to the existing service.
Oh, it did?
In the,
Okay.
hang on, let me see if I can find
Connecting to
that.
the electrical service of the snack shack.
Yeah, so, and
Is
so,
that 220?
well, you know, I mean, that's kind of a standard electrical service. You bring in, you know, you bring in 220 and then you know, you take 120 or 110, 120, whatever it is off of that.
Yeah.
And I figured it probably there's no operating expense ongoing, but I figured with the amperage, how many kilowatt hours, I looked up how much one of these pumps uses for kilowatt hours. So a month of usage probably goes for, it's not a big number, but probably $150 worth of electricity a month.
So has this been approved by the CIC?
No, it was just brought to their attention at their last meeting, because I had been at the, Brad had sent it over like maybe a few days before that meeting, and I said, we gotta get this, you know, so he filled out the capital form that you saw here, and I brought it to their attention. We didn't have any detail, we didn't even have the estimate yet.
Yeah.
So they said, great, you know, put it on for discussion, but it's not been reviewed as a project, but they're aware that it's, the intent would be for Park and Rec's intent would be to bring forward this cycle. So assuming you refer it to them later tonight, it would be something they would do a deeper dive on.
Okay. I think we should keep it on until CIC looks at it.
All right, I'd like to know a lot more. I mean, what kind of, so you get you have the pump. So what kind of distribution of the water are we talking about here? Built in ground sprinkler heads, movable hose with like a, you know, a large kind of farming kind of sprinkler,
Water can.
which implies having someone do it. There's a lot of questions.
It seems to me it's worth, I mean, it needs to be fleshed out. But I think you know, to make the fields usable, more usable, it makes sense to get water there. So I think we would at least hear more about it as opposed to.
All right, I just have like all of these field things where we're like want to be more attractive to outside baseball teams, which I don't quite understand the rationale about why we want to be more attractive to having more people come in and use the field. If we're doing that, I don't want to just break even. I want to get more money. It doesn't seem like why taxpayers of West Newbury should be supporting, you know, a team where most of the players come from, I don't know, New Hampshire, or just, I'm just making it up, but he talks about wanting to get us to be more attractive to outside
I agree.
teams, and I don't quite understand the rationale behind that.
Yeah, no, that, I wondered about that too, Archie, and, you know, I think maybe similar to what you said is that, you know, my interest in it being attractive to other, to outside, entities is that assuming they're not competing for the same use of the resource as our local teams are, our local kids are, is basically to help subsidize our being able to operate it, our being able to have it. Not
Yeah, I mean, that has to be
Right.
the raison d'etre as far
Right.
as I'm concerned. Okay, so you want to keep
You
it?
gotta spell that right in a minute.
I'm sure I put that one in there.
Oh, yeah, you gotta have it.
Spell check, baby.
When do we try? It's not even English.
Visual thing there.
So we'll invite Park and Rec in to present their article.
And that goes for the next one too, so, yeah.
It's actually 3 words.
That one makes more sense.
So the grader, you good with keeping that on? The infield grader.
Same
The
thing.
Rascal Pro,
So the
So-
restoration, isn't that what we had an article for in the fall, number 33A?
So Archie, this next one was the second one added because that came in. So what happened is, so when I received the Park and Rec updated budget this morning, it included 15,000 in the operating budget for so-called Field 6 restoration. So I sent it back to Brad this morning and I said, my recommendation is this is a one-time expense, do it as an article, don't put it in the operating budget and see a $15,000 spike. So I roughed in an article request based on the limited information I had in the email. I sent it back to him and thankfully he turned it right around and sent me what you have from. I haven't even read this, I just got it.
But this is not the same thing that appeared in the fall. The fall thing that you're talking about.
No.
That's all maybe that's.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, this is different. This is a different thing.
yeah. So.
So that was the infield. This is something different.
The other was baseball diamond.
The
Right,
other's more of like a maintenance issue
Right.
for the diamonds. This is more of like, I think, just an overall restoration. You can see,
So it's the turf, it's not the infield. Yeah.
This is lacrosse. I think these are the fields out back they're referencing versus the baseball field, which is what we did in the fall.
Yeah.
Oh, this is pipe state. I'm sorry.
This is talking about JV soccer and
Yeah.
lacrosse programs.
So this was not in our.
no, I just got this today.
Okay.
Some articles posted on the website.
Okay.
More info?
Yeah. Right? Want more info on it?
I'm not thrilled, but whatever.
Maybe later.
I'm sorry, 34.
Yeah, 34.
Pipe stave fencing.
So this little diagram in this one.
I don't recall what the fencing looks like.
I don't remember what the fencing looks
There, I
like.
don't think there is fencing. I think that's, or it's.
Was it the existing?
no, there is some fencing there. I don't remember exactly what it looks like. All I remember is when I coached soccer 15 years ago, it was a problem.
Yeah, right, and it's.
Yeah, it's still awesome. Actually, more than 50,
You got
20
one.
20 years ago, 20 years ago.
Wayne knows all about
Pele was just a boy then. Let's see, so are we, yes?
Yep.
no?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Funding for cemetery cleanup, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's good.
So the next one, there's some new information since I sent the packet out, last week. I had put that in just because of my own question as to whether we might need supplemental funding. I reached out to Rick and he got me a detailed response this morning, and it does not seem like that's needed. But maybe you can elaborate on that. So that's why I put it with a strike through.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think we're at a deep six this quite yet, and hopefully by next week, it's right there. So we have a proposal, we have a proposal, and Wayne and I have looked at it, but the Energy and Sustainability Committee won't review it until a week from this Wednesday. And I kind of would like, before not deciding to look any further, would kind of like that committee to have a chance to talk about it. So
Just leave it on.
I'd like to see this just left on, and I think it'll probably go away, but, if it does go away now, then we're kind of stuck. So I don't know how.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine.
So if you could just maybe update the last article request from the fall and just mark it placeholder or something.
Okay.
Just so I can have something to put in the packet, because I kind of put that in on my own initiative, just
Okay.
knowing it was.
Yeah, no,
consent,
thanks for doing that,
not wanting
yeah.
to overlook it. But it sounds like that wouldn't be scheduled for FinCom till later in the process anyway, to allow time for the details to work out.
Right.
Okay, 37 MBTA Communities Grant Matching Fund, so I guess we got about 75,000 or something
We
like
got
that.
67.5.
67, okay.
10% match.
Okay.
Of the 75,000, so we do not expect to incur that much, but that is what the grant is for, so we need to appropriate the 10% match.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Mhm.
Invasive species interns,
I think this is actually not for interns, I think it's for chemical.
Right, it's
Tree management,
for professional control work.
Okay.
Did they put the interns in the Concom budget?
No.
No, we approved that in the fall.
Prove that.
Right, okay.
Okay, so I need to correct that.
But actually,
yeah, we
Yeah, well-
did so that they could hire them,
Right.
yeah.
while we're on this topic, so we funded interns at the fall special town meeting. We did it the year before. At some point, we should talk about, is this going to be a recurring item? And if it is a recurring item, then instead of being a town meeting warrant article, should it be in the budget?
Mhm.
And maybe we're not there yet, maybe we are, so just a thought.
Yeah, I think we should go through two years and.
See how it goes.
Yeah, but in terms of hiring them in May, that complicates things. If we do it
Right,
at
exactly.
town
And in
meeting,
fact, Angus, I know, we talked about this tiny bit the other day, and it's complicated a little bit because the money, if it was done in the budget, the money would actually be used in 2 fiscal years.
Mhm.
It would start in June, the interns would start in June, and then they'd go into the summer. So, that kind of complicates
Right.
how the funds are expended,
Yeah.
or, how they're accounted for.
right. When the budget will be done with
Right.
special, with the annual.
I think that it does seem like it ought to be starting next year built into the operating budget, because I do think it's gonna be an annual thing, but you're right, yeah, this is different, this article's different.
Yeah,
We'll change
yeah.
that to say invasive species management.
So I don't like, I'm not usually the greenest one here, but on this, I don't like the idea of using large amounts of herbicides on town land. That's,
Okay, so I mean, that's a legitimate, concern. I don't think we're talking about using large amounts.
Yeah.
It would be herbicides very carefully applied, probably on a plant by plant basis. Most likely, you know, and I can't say absolutely that this is the way it would be done, but most likely it would be done on cut stumps. You know, applied directly to the stump after something is cut. So it's not likely to be foliar spray.
It's gonna be more best practices that they
Right.
now know. I mean, people putting this forward are much like would have your exact concern. They're not bringing it forward to just go spray and destroy.
well, I know, just my opinion.
Yeah.
And-
No, it's a real good question.
Yeah. Especially in an area that, like where we had the cleanup that ultimately drains into the reservoir.
So they'll be able to bring up to speed on what they're actually gonna do. It's gonna be a little different than I think what you're imagining.
I would like to see this, like specify which property, it just seems like a lot of money to put to a program. I mean, I kind of raised this question.
Yeah.
I mean, if maybe this is a recurring expense, but this is the first time, you know, let's have a specific property and,
Yeah, okay,
you know, see how successful it is and then that.
yeah, okay. No,
I mean, how much do you get out of 20,000? I mean, that's. We don't know how much that.
I think they had a proposal,
Yeah,
didn't they?
there is a proposal, and, so, you know, there's a bunch of different questions here, yeah, there is a proposal, $20,000 is, I think I saw in the article. Or the proposed article is sort of a high estimate number, there was a meeting 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. You know, involving Michelle and Carol Decker and Nancy Powell, myself, and Graham Batchelor. You know, we talked about where would you do this? Well, there were half a dozen different potential town-owned properties that would make sense to target. You wouldn't target all of them. You would probably target one, maybe two, if you were, you know, if you were lucky. You know, with the goal being to try to sort of reel the invasives into control in discrete areas. You know, this isn't gonna, obviously, it's not gonna help the whole town, you know, but to try to get certain pieces of property back under control.
But also to show a way to the future too, because it's an ongoing issue.
Right, yeah, and it's gonna be an ongoing.
It's a similar question as the ash tree. I mean,
Right.
you're weighing.
Yeah, we either try to make it work now, or we just write things off forever. You know, so we spent $8 million or whatever the number is on land, and then we either say, okay, we're gonna try to get this under control, or we're not.
Well, it says the proposals are to follow, so I think that will answer some of the questions.
Okay,
Are you all right with leaving it on?
okay, again, one of these things.
And Archie, I really appreciate the concern about, you know, using herbicides, because I'm not wild about them either, but sometimes they're the only way to deal with it.
I mean, when you just think about. I like the idea, but the monumentalness of this task is. Because there's bittersweet in every acre of West Newbury land. And the birds pick those berries up in the fall and they go everywhere. So even when you wiped it out, they're coming back
Yeah.
2 years from
Right
now.
now, then you need, you know, sort of vigilance.
I don't know how one little town stops it, but that's just.
I think we need P-52s with Agent Orange.
I mean, I don't know if this is something the interns could work on, but it would be nice to have like a prioritized plan for how we're gonna go after invasive.
Absolutely,
You
right,
know,
yeah.
and then
Yeah.
target the money towards
Yeah.
the ones that we can control. If some are too far gone, it's not worth spending the money to. You know,
So
perhaps.
the other thing is the interns, at a certain point, we're gonna run out of things to study versus things to actually do something about.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and at that point, yeah, maybe at that point, that's where the interns are no longer interns, and instead, you know, we're paying a professional service of some kind to try to reel in properties one at a time.
Yeah.
Or a combination.
Yeah,
okay, I'm delaying things, I gotta shut up. Adoption of Mass General Law, Chapter 166, Angus informed me about this, so this is doesn't seem like it's a big issue, it's just the town in relation to our having, wiring inspectors on the town payroll, and then, just to prevent, conflicts of interest, we have to adopt this particular, bylaw, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it would allow the assistant electrical inspector to do work in the town. And without the adoption of this master, or the acceptance of this MGL, that that's not the case, so.
Next one, so anyone have a problem with that? I'm totally,
And, you know, just-
I just think we do this.
That
yeah.
provided, obviously, the work is inspected by a different inspector, obviously, they can't inspect their own work, needless to say.
Solar bylaw amendments, I don't know too much about that.
So, and we did, this wouldn't, this is actually, so this is a new article, but I did get, a draft, article request, from the town planner this afternoon, so that's not in your packet from, the weekend, but it is in what's posted to the web, and it's, basically town, the planning board and the town planner continue to work with town council. They do think this will be ready for review for this cycle, and so, I recommended they put.
Haven't a lot of other towns redone theirs, so can't we just like white out another town and put West Newbury in it?
Yeah, so Sue and Tim Cronin and Chip Wallace and I have met 3 times now, and we met with Robin Stein on the phone, talking about our existing bylaw. There's not that much that has to be changed in our existing bylaw.
There is, okay.
Yeah, and so mainly this is gonna be, the most significant changes would be relative to how we define the district. You know, so currently it's an overlay district that has to be voted on independently, you know, or individually each time. And, there's a case, was it Waltham versus Tracer Lane, Realty, or Tracer Lane LLC. So there's precedent right now that says that that essentially shows that our current bylaw, leaves an open door, gives us very little control over anything, because we essentially don't allow solar anywhere in town, as of right. So, you know, the goal is to change that and make it practical and to, you know.
Okay. A good on that one, yeah. Okay. Stormwater bylaw amendments, same, I don't know what we're doing there.
Yeah, so this may or may not be needed. The focus right now is the stormwater regulations. We're working really feverishly on that, have been for months. And, town planner meets with the planning board again tomorrow night, and it may be that there's some of the changes that, at the staff level we'd like to see can be made solely with amendments to the regulations, but we don't know that yet. And there may be a benefit to a bylaw amendment. So I did talk to the town planner today to see, should we keep this on? I think it would be good to keep it on, to at least keep the option open. I think we're gonna know fairly soon whether, there will be a bylaw amendment proposed or not, or whether it's just regulations. But I can tell you that at a staff level, we have put in many, many dozens of hours in the last couple of months on stormwater. So I think at least having the chance to have that payoff this cycle would be good, because otherwise, you know, we're 6 months behind. So, if you saw the town planner report in the packet, it kind of illustrates in summary terms some of the changes that are, you know, that we're chewing on at a staff level and with our consultant. But right now it's not formally sponsored, you know, so it's a matter of, do you want to keep the option open or not?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay. Zoning bylaw recodification. This looks like a lot of stuff here. Do we want to like punt on this or?
No.
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 Sam's been working for forever.
There's a series of work.
I read all that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really easy to.
Yeah, no, it really is an enormous improvement. They're completely redoing the zoning bylaw, but really primarily for format and layout and clarity and.
Content is basically staying the same.
Yeah,
He's done this in both other towns he worked in, so.
Okay.
it's a huge step forward because our zoning is a mess and it creates a lot of issues.
But is it gonna like bog down town meeting like unbelievably?
No, the way he's presenting it, it's pretty clear about like what went where, and I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
For the red line, I think it'll be pretty.
Well, but I don't know,
Not a
that's
red-
a whole other
yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
That's true, that's fair. So much has changed. If you tried to do red line.
No, don't
No,
do
but
red
it's a way
line
to
things.
present
I
it.
hate red line
Yeah.
things.
He said he was very successful in the other two towns. The way he presents it, people aren't, you know, that.
People aren't scared of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in Newbury and Grove.
My favorite, the wetlands bylaw.
Yeah, let's keep it. So the plan is a much pared down version.
I have seen none of it. Yeah, I've heard this
Yeah.
many times.
No, you haven't.
No, I've heard that it's going to be changed and so many,
Yeah,
and it's,
so let's see what they come up with. I think we should leave it on and
I'm gonna be outvoted, but yeah, okay, I'm voting no on that, but okay. We have a wetlands bylaw,
that just
and
says.
this
follow
will
the
be
state.
the biggest
All right.
governmental overstep that the town has ever done. That's what it will be.
Let's wait and see what they come up with. Rick, are you with me?
I'm with you.
All right.
So it's a 2-1.
Are you done with that one, with the wetlands?
Yes,
I had a question on, what is Article 20 doing? What does it do?
Revolving funds?
Yeah.
It establishes the maximum amount that can be expended from any given revolving fund.
Spend it,
Yeah,
spend it.
yeah.
and the state makes us do that, yeah.
So Park and Rec, you don't have anything in there from Park and Rec?
We never have figures in at this stage.
No, but you don't even have them listed this. Could they be listed as a item? I mean, you seem to list all the other.
Let me look into that. We've got the same language that's always been used, so.
But it's possible.
Yeah, it's all about It's all,
Don't complete that thought.
no, but it's all about the account and how, like, there's different sections that require the annual bill. No, I understand, but that was set up under a different statute, so we'll look into that and whether that should be on.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, that.
Yeah.
We should be expecting to receive these similar to what we did in the fall, where it has to be ready for you guys before you forward it on. And therefore you won't have everything next week for us, because you'll still be struggling getting information to decide whether to send it on. How many weeks do we have to essentially end up at FinCom having seen all of these? Is it like 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
It's gonna be a rolling flow.
It's gonna be rolling flow, I know that, but when's the back end of the rolling flow, Chris? Is it?
Well, the last scheduled FinCom meeting is March 22nd. So based on the committee's expectation of getting materials the Friday prior, that would be March 17th.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
So, but obviously we can't wait, like,
No.
those that go to the end are the ones that, and I already have a schedule written up of those that I think will go to the end.
Right.
But I'll meet with Chris tomorrow, but we've got a balanced schedule we put together that we'll review.
Yeah, as long as people get stuff, so the
Right.
select board can make its decision as to whether they're going forward.
Yeah.
So the point is it'll be just like the fall, and we'll be seeing stuff pretty much right up to the end.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, and I don't know what the board thinks, but I think we are better organized this year than we have ever been, which is really interesting since we've been incredibly short.
What's that?
But, you know, that's the hours we've been working, so it's the nature of government, there's always new information that comes up every day, but I don't think there's gonna be some big backlog and a lot of last minute stuff. I think this is actually an incredible.
There's less,
Right,
like,
at this very early stage in the process. Right.
but there's less like, payroll wage issues, which is usually something that we get bogged down on.
Yeah.
Little by little, these things are getting weeded for.
So, I just want to make a comment. So we had some thoughts about this board made some recommendation in representing the town and comments from the FinCom and others on making changes to the regional agreement in concert with the other towns, but according to Angus, that may be not gonna be able to, we may not be able to pull that off this year, so I guess that was.
So we had our monthly meeting last week with the finance directors and with the administration of the target. And so I talked to my counterparts in Merrimack and Groveland, and as you know, we haven't gotten any formal response to the letter that we sent with the proposed changes. So I asked, if your boards talked about this, what's the thought? And they basically, each of their boards kind of looked at it, but the basic feedback was most of what's we've suggested is agreeable, but none of it is perceived in any way as being urgent. And not all of it is agreeable. So the position of their boards is that it's really not the cycle to do this, and that with the anticipated override, at least in likely in the other two towns, not likely in West Newbury, there was concern that bringing something like this forward this cycle could distract from what they hope would be the focus of the town meeting cycle, which is the actual school budget. So that was the direction. You could put it on, but in order to actually get something done, you need it in all three towns with the exact same language in all three towns. And
If there isn't enthusiasm for it, it ain't gonna happen. no.
That's a good point by Groveland and Merrimack. They're gonna struggle to get the override, so they just distract with anything else. One, have the opportunity to focus on getting that done.
I do think that, I know I feel this way, and I think they feel this way as well, that the spirit of the changes that you had suggested has, I think the administration is really working to reflect that in how they're doing things, so I think there is a recognition.
There is that too.
Yeah, I mean, between the extra meetings, but also they got us, 5 years of capital stuff in October, they're really trying to meet us where we want them to be.
Yeah.
And I expect they'll continue to do that, for instance, on some of the maintenance budgeting or reporting on what maintenance activities or improvements were made. So, we'll continue to work, closely on making sure we get what we need. But in terms of formalizing an updated agreement, it seems like, I've never been to the select board meetings in those other towns. I think they're quite different than this. I think they're much shorter. And I don't think there's the kind of focus on written policy maybe that there is here. It didn't seem like a whole lot of attention was given to what we sent, so.
So it's interesting. So it's supposed to be done once every 3 years. We're on the 4th year right now, and we're gonna blow that off. So now we'll be.
Well, but prior to 2019, it was 2014.
Yeah.
So it's not, it's not like.
Yeah.
It's been done.
Yeah.
And what it says, it's reviewed every 3 years and then,
Angus's point is well taken, is that the administration seems to be sort of
Working hard to.
doing the overall intent of what some of the things that we wanted anyway, so.
And I think next year will be better time to take it up. It doesn't sound like we really lose the opportunity, we're just delaying it to get through one cycle that seems to be really, it's gonna be a difficult cycle for the other towns.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Good.
Hey, before you FinCom, you guys leave, so I was just putting the schedule in here and six Wednesdays in a row for FinCom meetings. Wednesday, March 8th is.
Yeah, they've got that.
Okay, so we're all on board that's the Pentucket Regional School District Financial. Huh?
I've never got clarification.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It's always been.
At that meeting.
Right.
No, it's right, it's Tuesday, it's a Thursday, no, it's Wednesday, it's a Tuesday or Thursday, no.
That's different. Yep, that's the.
Yes, it will be in a meeting, not our meeting.
Okay, all right, good, okay, thanks.
Which, by the way, we're talking that slide on the Pentucket issue with the budget. When you hit the drop down, they had West Newbury's meeting listed as May 2016. So we wrote to them and.
Yeah, they fixed that.
He finally caught up with it,
Yeah.
I thought they were trying to get away from individual meetings with towns and meet with everybody at once.
So we had the date for our annual town meeting listed as the 16th. Now, I don't know if he's modified that.
They fixed that on Friday.
Yeah, but have a meeting with the towns as they indicate for Groveland and Merrimack.
Yeah,
I didn't recall seeing one for West Newbury there.
I think maybe they're trying to help them
Yeah.
with their,
Right.
with their override issue.
They're putting their time in where
Right.
they know they need it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and they always come and present their budget with the FinCom and the select board, so anyhow, but no, we haven't put together a specific schedule other than the dates we've already shared.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Yeah,
see you later, thanks for.
Keep it up.
Now, if you go after midnight, you have to reload it.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, repost and everything.
Hey,
Good night, thank you.
Thanks, Jenny.
hey, Sharon. Yeah. Yes.
So I go make a coffee run and dump them in.
Don't give him more energy.
This is good.
Yeah.
So the town manager act at the end of this, is this part of the articles?
What, these kind of postscripts?
No, at the end of this packet, there's a couple sections on the town manager.
Yeah, well, that's what, so they're kind of footnote here.
Oh, okay.
So I just, I don't really expect we're probably gonna do anything on any of these, but I just,
Oh, I see.
every time I put together a list, I look back at my old list of things that we have penciled in for future.
Mhm.
And so, we talked about the regional agreement. I think the other three aren't really ready, but before you close it, I like to just kind of remind us that there's things that are on the list that,
Mhm.
that may or may not be timely. They probably aren't, but I feel compelled to.
Well, is there any of these that we could take on this round?
I mean, I thought the capital bylaw markups I did 3 years ago were good.
Mhm.
Maybe not exactly right, but I thought they were good to talk about.
So it's supposed to be capital.
I know, it was a typo.
Okay, no, I did, I was like, what is that?
Yeah.
Way to go, Jim. Call out it.
You know, I don't wanna create a thing, I'm just trying to make the thing clearer.
Well, you've already done the work on it.
Well, it was literally 10 minutes of drafting.
Well, but the work, so I'm just trying to avoid an additional burden for you or staff to
No,
work on.
I think what I drafted is worth talking about.
Mhm.
And so if the majority of this board, but on the other hand, it's not really a problem, but I mean, you saw with the thing that came up in today, 30,000, I don't think that's a capital article, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I was proposing to do with the revisions, and it says capital planning, it should say capital improvement committee bylaw, is to better differentiate between the source of funding and whether something's come from stabilization. In my mind, that would be obviously a capital committee thing. But if something's being funded by, say, water retained earnings or by town free cash, I don't know if that's, this all started a few years ago because the water department had submitted something to me that on its face looked to me like a capital article because of the amount, I think. And so I told Mike to say that, and he said, well, you've never had to go to them. And I said, I'm not trying to create something new. I'm just reading the bylaw.
Mhm.
And so, and they did it and it was recommended and it was fine. But at the time, I hadn't intended to like change the rules on them. I was just following what the bylaw said. And he said, well, we're paying that over water free cash. Like, why do we have to go to capital? And I don't know, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Like, we have been, just to err on the side of caution, but there's other things in that bylaw that I think are problematic in terms of like funding studies, funding appraisals, funding engineering.
Mhm.
Why we have water anyway? It never made any sense. We're not taking it out of the stabilization account. Why are we deciding whether to buy water meters or not? I never could figure it out.
Yeah. it's
No one
the
ever
town
would
meeting
answer my
to vote,
question.
but for the entire town apparatus to, you know, how much time do we spend, like, that should all factor into the direct cost, technically.
Yeah.
You know, those are all extra meetings, extra prep. You know, really, the water should have a standalone capital program if it is truly an enterprise fund. And
You're totally right,
Yeah.
yes.
so
If it's totally separate, then they should have their rules about how they deal with it.
yeah. So, you know, it could be a can of worms. We don't really need cans of worms, but you know, I don't think it's urgent, but I don't think what I wrote is in any way controversial. Not everyone may agree with every piece and we tweak it to where it gets support. But I think it's a good starting point
Mhm.
to improve that bylaw and make it better reflect how it actually works, and also to ideally try to make it dovetail better with the Town Manager Act and the DLS policy that this board voted in 2018, which vests really vests sole responsibility for preparing a capital program and presenting it with my office.
So
Not with a committee.
so this was attempted maybe 10 years ago or 8 years ago or something to literally get rid of the capital improvements committee, and no one wanted change. It did not fly, but to me, it seems with having to bring, Angus understands the town manager and the finance department understands the whole process of how a capital expenditure is carried out, the rules and regulations. And so we get new people on the capital improvements committee. Everybody has to be brought up to speed and then learn just on what it is they're actually doing. And then we go to all this trouble to rank things 9 through 1, which I never understood the purpose behind that either, because if it's on the capital register, if it's on that and it's something that needs to be done, it doesn't really matter if it's number 3 or number 5. If we need a new HVAC system somewhere, we need it. It doesn't. I think I've often thought it's sort of like, why are we doing this exercise?
Yeah, no, I agree, the ranking system, I mean, I've been on the capital improvements committee for 3 years or 4 years, however long. And we go through this ranking process, and in the end, it's like, why did we do that? What did we actually accomplish? Yeah, I mean, you know,
Like,
it isn't like we rank things and then jettison something, because that's not good enough, you know, or if it wasn't as good as the others, we always end up recommending every single one. So I've tried to envision what would cause us to get to a point where we didn't recommend something. Would it be that ranking system? I don't think so.
I mean, in the way back past, I can think that people, I think of town meetings, that a few people would say, well, that item was only ranked number 7. I don't know if we should fund that, but I don't even think that ultimately affected the outcome. I'm just saying, why am I bringing this up, Angus? Just simply that, do you want to like, inculcate something even more strongly if we don't even know if it's the best thing to do?
Yeah, you know, that's a good
Do
question.
other I didn't get my last question before, to ask you. Do other towns have this?
Yeah, lots of towns have capital improvement committees, and I would say most. I don't.
Most, really?
I don't know that. I don't know. A lot of them do. And personally, I think the committee serves a valuable function. It is a really good sounding board. And between this board having an enormous portfolio and the FinCom during this season having, an enormous amount to get through that pipeline, there's bandwidth issues with both. I think having a committee that's really focused on the long-term financial and the larger expense, I think is healthy. I don't have, I should think it is healthy. And
is it hard for like Mike Dwyer has to go talk about the fire truck to the FinCom, then he has to talk to the CIC, and then maybe us.
There is some redundancy that's probably more cultural than legal, but I do think there is some redundancy. I don't think that's a bad thing based on how it's done, which is that, first of all, I think when Dwyer or Mike Gute or going to be Mark Marlowe or myself or Wayne or whomever is sitting before the Capital Improvements Committee to make a case for why something's important, that's helpful because it helps you hone your argument and you're dealing with some, people who are, have a healthy amount of skepticism or like they have good questions. So it helps you get, make sure it passes muster. I think it's helpful. I don't really have any issue with it. It's just that the way two things. For one thing, the capital program is really now under as a document that myself and staff prepared and maintain. And that's how it's gone in practice.
And that's better.
And that's better. And it's a much better product and much more thorough and much more readable and much more reliable. But I think that's not really reflected in the bylaw. But my bigger concern of why I started looking at that in the first place is there's language in there that suggests that there's, that funding even in operating budgets on things like engineering, appraisal, survey is somehow only valid if it's been approved by the Capital Improvements Committee, which is not ever how it's been done. And if that became how it was interpreted, there would be significant initiatives in this town that would grind to a halt overnight. And this town would become even more bureaucratic, and we would spend even more time on talking instead of doing. It would be a real problem. I mean, this board in itself has initiated appraisals. You know, imagine if you couldn't do that if you hadn't gone to that committee. It would really slow things down in a way that would not be productive, in my opinion. So I see it as a housekeeping bylaw, just to kind of have it reflect how things actually work.
So you kind of want to like, not necessarily narrow, but maybe narrow the scope a little bit.
Better defined.
Yeah,
not narrow it from how it's been exercised, but a literal reading of the bylaw.
Okay.
I think is problematic.
Okay.
And I also, in my mind, there is a distinction between whether something's paid from stabilization and whether it's paid from free cash. That may or may not be how the community sees it, and that's fine. But I think it's worth discussing that. For instance, stabilization, you need a 2/3 vote at town meeting. Free cash is a simple majority. Capital Improvements Committee, to me, seems kind of like to serve a similar role with the stabilization fund as, say, the CPC serves with the Community Preservation Fund, that you need to kind of get their approval before you expend from that. It's not exactly the same with capital, but conceptually, I think that makes sense. Whereas, kind of like on the issue of water retained earnings, if they need to spend $30,000 to buy all these valves and hydrants and so forth, like who are we or the capital committee to say, no, you don't need to do that? Like, that's their retained earnings, it's the ratepayers, it's just a.
No, I agree, because I remember when the water department put in the broadcasting water meters in all the households, so they didn't have to go into everyone's basement to look at the water meter. 5 years in a row, because they did like a fifth of the town each year. They had to go to the Capital Improvements Committee to buy water meters, and we already know if it was good last year, why are we gonna like turn it down this year? Like, you're replacing the water meters, but they had to come. That was just the way that the kind of inflexibility of the capital improvements policy procedures went, and so it'd be nice to and that was just a waste of human effort, like 5 years in a row, where people had to talk about it, where people had to vote on it, and it just, okay, you've done it for 4 years in a row, so when the capital improvements committee gonna vote it down in the 5th year, it's things like that just seem like time wasters, but maybe that didn't happen that often. But to your points, they should be, in certain instances, certain things like that should be the department or whoever should be able to expend their money.
Well, that's where there's a reference in there to operating budgets. That's what really made me concerned. I mean, the DPW carries, funding for expenses and, engineering, and we've spent engineering on the Mill Pond Dam when that was declared a high hazard dam. And, there's different things that come up that aren't on a capital program, but that were absolutely needed, or the funding that is being proposed for Dole Place. I mean, granted, Dole Place is on the capital program, so that's, I guess, okay. But that specific expenditure is not. It just, to me, I want clarity on what's a capital issue or what's not. And if you read that bylaw, I think you'll agree that a literal reading goes beyond what has been understood to be a capital item. And that's what I was trying to fix in early 2020 as what I thought was a housekeeping fix to bring it in line with how it had always been done, not looking to change anything. And, you know, it didn't really go anywhere, and then COVID hit, so.
Maybe we bagged it because of COVID though. too.
Yeah, I mean, that was a factor.
Yeah.
And so I just think, is it the right time? I see it as housekeeping. I don't see it as in any way, you know, controversial. It's just a matter, is this the cycle to try to do that housekeeping?
I don't think we have any other housekeeping kind of, you know, bylaw things on the warrant, right?
Well, the planning board,
But that, I mean, that seems a little more in depth.
What, like the recodification?
Yeah, that to me,
Yeah, that's very in depth.
Yeah.
But it's, yeah.
So of those 4 items, or I guess the school district is off the table, but I think it'd be good to,
right here. when they-
yeah, I think it'd be good to at least try to hit, you know, then one out with each town meeting, if these have been on your list for multiple years.
Yeah, I mean, personnel, that's another one where there's clearly a mismatch between what the bylaw says and what has happened for the last 20 years, you know, not just in the last 5 years, for many, many years. So, and with the role that this board plays in setting wages, for instance, you know, so that's kind of still hanging out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the cycle. And then of course, town charter, I mean, part of what got me thinking about, I mean, I think about that every day. But part of what got me thinking about this when I was putting this together last week is, you know, the recent news that Archie's not running for re-election. So, you know, he's got tremendous institutional memory, including the run-up to the adoption of this new form of government, the rationale, the input, the pros and cons. And so I think having a real conversation about form of government and what the trade-offs are, you know, I just thought I'd at least put this on here, because while you're on the board, you have knowledge and perspective that, you know, granted, you'll still live in town, hopefully you'll still come to meetings, but, you know, you won't be on the board. So, you know, maybe, I don't know, I didn't want the window to close on the warrant without at least putting that out there that, hey, we've been talking in very oblique ways about form of government for, you know,
4 years.
well, and the 3 years or however many preceded the 2017 vote. And, you know, there are things that we all know. There's opportunities that town misses because of the form of government. We know that. So is this the right time to have a bigger conversation? It may well not be. You know, we got a lot of other things on our plate, and if it's not, that's totally fine. I just thought before you close the warrant, we should at least kick it around a little bit.
Well, that would certainly be more effort than the capital, the
Oh, yeah.
CIC
Oh,
bylaw
yeah,
or the
that's-
personnel bylaw.
yeah.
I mean, is that an appropriate thing to have on the warrant for a special town meeting where you don't have the budget and?
It
Right.
could be, yeah, maybe, you know, in some towns, I mean, I wrote commission, that's one option.
Right.
That's the highest stakes option.
Mhm.
You know, a much lower stakes option would be to create a town charter committee
Mhm.
or a town government study committee. The third might strike some people as deja vu, because I think that's some of what you did,
Yeah.
you know, 7 or 8 years ago. But that's definitely a lower stakes way of getting at some of the same issues. And if you have the right people involved, it can command the attention.
Mhm.
You know, a charter commission is definitely gets attention because it is very consequential and it has significant authority. It's kind of you don't know what's going to happen when you create a charter commission. It's independent.
It's sort of like
It's independent of
it's
everything.
sort of like a quasi judicial thing almost. They
Yeah,
sort
we got
of-
a charge, it's got 18
Yeah.
months to return to the voters with those charters. So that's I put that on there really as a discussion starter,
Mhm.
not thinking that there'd be seriously the appetite to do that. But if you just think about it, and if, let's say there was a 9-member, an 11-member, a 13-member commission, and it had the right 11 or 13 people, you could really advance the ball on some of the issues that we work on every week in terms of like the form of government. Yeah. And trying to, you know, we've come a long way. but we could be more efficient and more effective, and more aligned. I do think we make progress all the time. But it's something that, at some point, we ought to put on the table. And I'm not saying I think this is the right cycle, I just think it's worth waving the flag just so that we don't forget about it.
Well, I just feel like if we don't make a plan and a schedule, it's never gonna happen. There's always something else that comes up that.
Yeah. It's something that actually could align nicely with a master plan effort. I mean, it might be a good thing for the future, when people are focused on townwide and long-term and things like that.
That's gonna be a lot to do on one.
Yeah, I mean, we already have, we got a lot on here.
There's a
No,
lot,
I was saying the two together is a lot to do.
I think the two together is not a good idea.
Well, I think they do, because if you look at the required elements of a comprehensive master plan, governance is, I believe, one of those 10 chapters. And I don't know how seriously it's taken in a lot of master plans. They're typically driven by land use or infrastructure, but it is a part of a master plan. So I think if it's set out properly and treated as something that's really important, legitimate, not just some throwaway like boilerplate language, but actually looking at that could run in parallel with a more of a traditional master planning effort. It is a lot bandwidth wise. But I think of the three on here, I think the capital is definitely.
So.
But I mean, personnel,
Bring what you have next, we'll look at it next time.
Okay, so we'll keep a placeholder on.
Yeah,
for
keep a
capital.
placeholder then.
Yeah, as far as personnel, I've never drafted anything. I mean, right now, we don't have a personnel committee. And as we've talked about, a lot of ways this board serves functions that committee traditionally would have served prior to the.
But the point of that personnel committee, the original intent was different than what. It just had a different charge.
Yeah. I mean, 20 years ago, there's things in the files, they were approving wage changes and doing all that stuff. But that's not how it's, they hadn't met for 4 or 5 years before I stepped foot here.
So is it possible that we don't need a personnel committee any longer?
There was something that went around the Mass Municipal HR listserv last week about, hey, is there anyone who's repealed their personnel committee? So I haven't had time to speak, there's been other posts, but I think where I was up north, we had a personnel committee, but their sole function was as a grievance hearing officer, basically. And that's been my understanding of that committee. And it wouldn't be practical or even, I think, appropriate to, for some of the things in the charge. I would not in any way feel comfortable or that it was appropriate to be bringing to some committee who's making what and why. I mean, those are conversations ultimately, this board has the authority of what value is, and all you're doing is talking that open meeting, and it's just a terrible idea.
Okay, it's getting late.
Yeah. So I think capital, and then the others will keep on for the back burner for some future, which is fun.
Okay, so I kind of, Archie, would you be on? If you're not running,
Right.
would you participate in a charter commission?
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with.
Well,
I think I kind of like Wendy's idea that maybe it's better to do it as a special when there's not so much going on. I don't think I don't think it's a good idea to start that right this.
When's there not gonna be a lot of stuff going on?
I just mean, you don't have the budget. That's a big part of the annual town meeting. So
Yeah.
if we do it, if we put it on the agenda for the fall town meeting, is that, I mean, I think making a commitment to it is important.
So I guess the one, we talk about, fall town meeting being for things that could not be reasonably anticipated. I don't know if that's valid or not, I mean.
Who decided that anyway?
Well, but it is kind of, there is a difference in attendance typically between the two. So when you want as much attendance as you can at major decisions and, considering.
Yeah, but with the charter thing, you'd only be starting the process.
Right.
You wouldn't be actually, oh, we're gonna have a mayor or whatever. You're not doing that. You're just getting the process going. So that I don't think that's necessarily it. You don't need everybody to be in on deciding on that is what if you want to get the thing going, the people that are gonna vote on whether the changes are made, yeah, you probably do want to do that at the annual, but just to get it started, I don't think that. I don't think we need the maximum number of people. I don't know. What do you think, Woody?
Yeah, I mean, if we go for a study group or a committee, that could be set up at the fall town meeting and then maybe report back for the next annual.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. I think it's good to keep it on the kind of on the radar. But I think putting it on this spring probably wouldn't be wise. It would definitely wouldn't to propose a commission. That's a big deal. And the stepwise approach you're suggesting of kind of a study group. Of course, this board
Could just
create
appoint
that,
one anyway,
yeah. But I think to have something that's I don't know. Anyhow, I think it's something we could talk about at a future meeting. I don't think this is the right cycle. I just, like I said, I felt compelled to at least, wave the flag that,
we still need to do it.
we ought to talk about form of government because, there's some things that work well and there's the things that are less efficient.
Well, I know you've been talking about it a lot, but basically it's been a topic since I first came on this board. And we haven't been talked about much
Well, it
open.
goes back to 2010 anyway. I mean, there's lots of correspondence going back a lot of years.
Yeah. That's just when I became most aware of it, and
I'm totally at peace with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Great, so that was a lot. Good.
Okay, I make a vote to close the annual and special town meeting warrants. All those in favor? Aye.
All right, so of the list, there were a few that were specifically itemized as capital. Those are numbered 25, 26, and 27. In addition to that would be the item 7, Church and Prospect. And then the other water ones, we just don't have enough information to know if those are capital or not. So my thought would be I'd probably, if you agree, I would refer all of those to capital and just say, once we get prices, they either fall off or not, because we just don't know.
And is the way to tell?
What, like the one you've been mentioning though, Angus, like some valves and water meters and stuff. Isn't that just like
That's what I was
operations?
gonna say. I mean,
Yeah,
is there
yeah.
a way to tell which?
Yeah, so let's take a look. So Church and Prospect, clearly, yes. The master meter at the Pipe Safe Booster Station, only if it's 20,000 or more. I just don't know if it is.
And we have no idea what it is at this point.
We don't know.
I mean, that wasn't even brought up last week. And then
No.
I just want to make sure that's not like a filling in the operating budget by, you know, creating these articles.
Well, I'd be surprised if the meter was over $20,000.
You wouldn't think so. All right, so let's assume that's not capital. Next one, the chlorine monitoring system. That's probably,
No. I don't
yeah,
think so.
okay. The RTUs, no?
No, I think that was 8,700, right? Is that the SCADA?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it.
I thought there was a number in your summary that,
No.
I don't see anything in here.
So you probably know, I have no idea what, so is this a little device that just recognizes how many gallons are flowing through a pipe? Is that what it is?
so the SCADA system that just collects information from all the equipment out, like meters, tank.
That's what I
levels.
mean, yeah.
So this is some component of it.
So,
Yeah,
but is it just like, oh, I see we're doing, you know, the chlorine is this, or is it just like a reporting system or something, or?
Yeah, I think
No,
it's,
the RTU, it's probably like a modem. It's not a modem, but it's something like that that's communicating with the equipment and then sending it to the SCADA system. It's probably like an in-between.
Oh, an
thing
in-between
that collects
thing, okay,
signals and
okay.
Sends it to the SCADA, yeah.
So that's not gonna be 20,000.
I don't think so.
I do think the well field exterior repairs are gonna be close, and that is something that's been talked about as a capital item, so I would say it may be less than that, but as a starting point, it ought to be, in my opinion, ought to be referred to SDIC. They're already aware it's coming.
Why did you put stuff on the back on a building? That seemed like a good.
The cleaning the well fields, that's not gonna be a capital item.
That seems like an operating thing.
Even if it is a over 20, it's not a,
Every 2 or 3 years.
but it's doing maintenance,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're not acquiring something. Then this one, I really do not think this is a capital item.
no, that really seems like it ought to be part of operations.
It's just
It
building
seems like they're
inventory.
stocking up,
Yeah.
is what it seems like.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is kind of Mike trying to leave things in good order.
Yeah.
And so I think that leaves us with 5 items that I believe are capital items. 3 water and 3 general. So if you're in agreement, then
Yeah.
if you can vote to refer those to capital committee.
So we're making your life easy.
What's the field?
Or easy.
Oh, the field one too. Jim, yeah, he's got it. The field, the well at Canada, that's also. Yeah, good catch.
25, right?
Yep.
So 6 items.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So what I'll do is, so they've, I was in touch with Judy earlier today. She approved the agenda for Thursday, so we'll go ahead and post that. And then we'll circulate. Oh, good, great.
Because I didn't hear back, so I just assumed that.
Okay, yeah, she signed off on it, so. So we'll send along the backup materials for those items for them for the meeting this Thursday.
All right, so do you need a vote?
Just to refer.
Yeah,
Sure.
I vote to refer those 6 items to CIC.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
We on to minutes?
Does this look familiar?
Yes,
Seems like only yesterday.
Literally, like it was like last week's meeting, but a year.
yeah.
I don't think
I didn't see anything.
I read them, but I have to say, be honest, I didn't give it my full attention. There was a lot to go through.
I didn't have an issue with anything.
Okay.
How about you, Wendy?
I saw something that wasn't clear, but I'm not seeing it right now.
Yeah, it seems, are we missing our page or out of order? It seems like. So item C was the interim regs for the housing contribution payments. And then it jumps right to,
Well, that was that was something that wasn't on the agenda.
stuff out of order.
No, that wasn't on the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Motion to add item.
oh,
Yeah.
got it, all right.
I mean, Rebecca mentioned, she's like, oh, I thought that map was there forever.
Oh, that's funny. All right, I
Because
can't.
it was
find
here
it.
when she walked in the door the first time.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, the last sentence under E. The last sentence says Reed requested a copy of the Wetlands Protection Act. I don't think I did. I mean, I have my own copy.
You want
So
another?
I mean, that can
I
probably
think-
just be struck.
Did you ask for the sample, the model regs for the MECC?
No, because I mean, that, we originated it. I don't think it's particularly
Yeah, it does,
helpful,
yeah,
so
all right.
maybe just strike that
Strike the
sentence,
sentence,
yeah, if you guys are all right with that. I know you object, Archie. All right, I move to accept the minutes of January 3rd, 2022 as amended.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we already talked about item H, safe routes to schools. I think that's a good plan going forward, and then item I.
Yeah, so how much, just so you have a feel, so I meant to say this when we were talking about it before. Do we want to like? Yeah, and I like your idea, Wendy, but should we give so that Wayne and has an idea and everybody else has an idea, how big are we ready to go on this? Because we could spend a lot of money doing.
Capital item. I think, and it was a brief conversation today. I was really pressed for time, so it was just a, very 5-minute conversation, but I think what we're talking about is soft costs at this point. I think even if the intent was to realign the crosswalk, put in the blinkers and put in some kind of landing areas on each side, that's gonna take a fair amount of engineering and petitioning to DOT. So my guess is
I thought we sort of did that.
well, to carve out that as a standalone project, and all we did was a conceptual plan.
Yeah, we didn't do detail engineering.
Yeah.
Right, yeah,
And he actually said you're gonna need to do a survey. DOT is gonna look for you to do a survey in order to actually propose.
even if we're paying for it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because if they need to know what's within their layout versus.
Okay, yeah.
Private, town land, so yeah, I think we would be, even if the direction was to try to advance the ball on a much more focused, just crosswalk improvement with the blinkers. I think we'd be spending some amount of money on engineering this fall, or this spring, with a future vote to actually fund the improvements, because it would take some time, obviously, to get that done and to work it through DOT.
Okay,
Even though conceptually we know what we want to do. That's my guess, but I left it with the guy today that if it would remain under warrant, that the next step would be to have a call with both Wayne and Christine Wallace on it, because they're the ones who are gonna really get into the details on
Yeah.
that.
I think the scope of the project might depend on what the DOT requires, you know, in terms of accessibility or, you know,
Yeah,
the sidewalk and whatever. But the crossing is the main priority.
Yeah, but I just
Yeah.
wondered if we wanted to put just sort of a ceiling on how much, how big we're ready to go as a town, dollar wise, we don't know.
Yeah. Well, we won't know until it's engineered, right? We won't be able to get a true cost estimate.
But it works both ways. In other words,
Yeah.
if we say the engineering will cost more, if we're willing to do more, so, you
So
know.
how do we go about reaching 25% of engineering for the larger project? I mean, I don't, I guess it's not clear how you segment that.
so, I mean, you're probably, I don't wanna tell you anything you already know, but, you know, that's like that's a thing, you know, in engineering, a 25% design has certain things, it doesn't have certain other things. Survey hasn't been completed at 25% design, there's certain kind of objective, you know, things that are not included in that, so like a 25% design plan is more than a conceptual plan, but it's not a fully engineered plan. And it's definitely something that an engineer, if they're given a scope, can budget out what it would take to produce that. So I can't tell you what's in a 25%, it's not 75%. Or maybe the other way around, but someone else could. Wendy, you might be able to.
No.
But it's.
I know.
But it's a thing.
I would be interested in trying to get this so that we could try to get it on the tip. And, you know, so if if it was possible to, you know, get to the 25% engineering point and do sufficient detail, you know, the same piece of work, the same contract, do sufficient detail on the crossing. So that, you know, not to do the work of the crossing then, but so that we could do the work on the crossing as a standalone while we wait to see if you know, if the overall project ever does get involved and included in the tip.
I think they are really two different things, and they could proceed at the same time with the same engineer, but they're really two different things, because the end goal of drilling down on that intersection is to get something that can be built. The end goal of a broader corridor study is to try to get state and federal funding, because the cost of that is gonna be millions of dollars.
Right.
As opposed to whatever the crosswalk might be. So it could be two separate scopes, same firm, but it really is.
Well, I guess maybe that's what I think having the same firm makes sense, just because of familiarity.
So what I could do, and I don't wanna, you know, speak for the engineer, because I don't know, but they may well be willing and happy to zoom into a future meeting, whether that's next week or in 3 weeks, to talk about what they might recommend and what it would cost to do different things, and then help us decide what, you know, what you want to propose to town meeting. I would think they'd be happy to do that.
I think if we let it drop, people are gonna say, the people that care about it, like, you went to you did all this stuff and now you're not doing anything. Yeah.
No, I think it's right. I think we ought to move it forward.
Yeah. Okay, wellness grants.
So, we went ahead and submitted 2 wellness grants. We apply for these just about every year. And normally I would bring it to you ahead of time. Seek your, authorization to submit it, but deadline kind of crept up on us, so I want to, credit Caitlin Gilbert for taking the lead on this and scoping it and writing it, and all I had to do was sign it. So, but she talked with a lot of staff and worked to put some ideas together that we thought would be good for wellness as well as kind of team building and morale. So I think it's a nice thing. So just wanted to share that these have been submitted last week.
I had not heard of these under desk exercise equipment. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And we get you a tennis simulator and.
You can't really do that under the desk.
So these went in, there's no matching funds or anything, so if we get them, it'll be a bonus.
So is the select board invited to the monthly luncheon?
Yeah, definitely. Just can't deliberate. And then, the town planner's been doing these regular reports.
These are
so I'm just
great.
gonna start.
Yeah.
I thought it was terrific.
Yeah.
And this is, yes, it really. It's. She's got a very different writing style. I love it. It's so different than, like she packs so much and she's so succinct. It's very impressive to me. Because I just write and write. So yeah, she's got a lot packed into a short amount.
It's nice to see all the planning type initiatives that are being worked on in one report.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Any items for future agendas? I had one thing that I just wanted to sort of get some more information on. I had a resident, I had a long conversation with a resident over the weekend about something that we had tried to address a few years ago. We did we did the traffic study and everything else about speed limits on Church Street and Bridge Street and trying to go to the bridge, and the Department of Transportation and I think was the other one, Chase Street, I think was the other one we were doing. And
well, they were actually sort of 2 separate issues, but they were on the same.
Yeah, and Mass Dot didn't go for our plan, but what and I haven't got all the information on it, but one of the in the last week that Baker was governor, the legislature resent him something that had passed and regarding municipalities being able to have more input on changing speed limits in the communities than they'd had before. Still have to go through Mass Dot, but made it less of a little bit more home rule on terms of setting traffic, all kinds of traffic things than was available before. So I'm just saying that because maybe we can revisit some of these things now. If we find out how and this literally just happened a couple of weeks ago, because it was in the last week of Baker being governor that it got signed. So if we find out about that, maybe we can, make some changes on the road.
Do you understand any of the details of how, all I've heard was sort of vague reference to it being, somehow more within the town's control, but that was pretty vague.
I know, and so I have.
Or is there a rulemaking process now, and,
So that's all I know about it. I just want to know more about it, and does it give us any more capability of doing something? I mean, it's just sort of like everywhere. It'd be nice to have a, Newburyport has the sign, unless otherwise posted, all the streets in the town are 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think they're able to do that because.
Because they're thickly settled.
Yeah, thickly settled, right.
We're rural, so we don't have that capability, but maybe we have somewhat expanded capability with this new law, but nobody knows yet. I don't know how we can find that out.
Yeah,
Maybe it's worth a question to KP if they have any.
Yeah,
Maybe MMA first.
Yeah.
Yeah, MMA.
that's a good idea, yeah. Okay.
So we have Wayne coming in next week already on really 3 different issues, so we'll have this, I don't know if he knows anything, but we'll see what we find out. But he's coming in next week.
He's very good about traffic things.
Oh, yeah.
He knows about stuff, yeah.
So as far as what I'm carrying for future items, we've got Rocks Village Bridge, signage. Wayne had asked a couple of weeks ago to come in at a time that was convenient. We agreed next Monday would work. He and Sam are going to present an update on the work toward the ADA, implementing the ADA audit. You may have noticed some of the signage around and different things. So he wanted to give a progress report because they've made some really good headway on that. Safe Routes to Schools grant, I expect we'll have something to talk about. So Wayne will be part of all of those. So we'll add this topic. We'll also talk about Dole Place, whether that's next week or in 3 weeks, but that'll be up to the chair to set the timing for that. I'm also carrying some future agenda items. We had a resident question the mailbox reimbursement policy, and so I thought that might be more of a March item than a February item, and that was communicated, and I think that's fine. But that's being questioned in terms of the sufficiency of $85. I have some DLS financial policies that I've been working on for a long time, and I'd love to just get those done. We have some National Grid pole relocation petitions that we've been working on since August that are almost ready. They had to go to Concom first. So that's, and at some point I should do police chief performance eval, because the anniversary date's in March, so.
You want to get me worked up, or get me talking about mailbox.
Every time the $85 goes out, I always see it through the AP warrant. And he always includes all the paper trail, all the emails back and forth. And it does seem to be, it's at least standardized how we deal with it. But
How often is it?
I'd be guessing, I'm sure he could tell you exactly. But in terms of, I would say last season there were maybe 5 or 6. I'm guessing. I think it's probably in that ballpark per year, including some repeat customers. This particular resident.
Oh, well, then that's they're gonna talk to the judge. That's unacceptable.
There's multiple sides to the story. The same route, same.
Right. Yeah.
This.
All right.
Okay, meeting, motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye.
alrighty.
Thank you.
So will you just